Okay, we left off on constitutional officers yesterday. The secretary was not done giving a report. I think we had the meeting minutes to review and approve. Ray?
We have the motion to, good morning, we have the motion to,
Okay, all right. Are you moving? Motion to make Ed Claremont the Sergeant Arms for the day with compensation. Second by Norman. Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 online.
Bill?
Yes.
10,
Donna?
Yes.
Steve?
11,
Yes.
12,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Carried. So we're gonna have the meeting minutes passed out. Morning, JR. Morning, Dr. Warren. Good morning. We're gonna, we have you on at 11, so we have you on at 11, so it'll be a little while. Yeah, I'll give you a little chance to review the meeting minutes of July. You want to do them all together, or do you just want to do them? Dan?
we'll follow up on these meetings for the month of July. My time is absent. I called in.
Okay. Okay, we'll change them. Any questions on the minutes of July? We'll be approving minutes for July 6th, 13th, 19th, and 27th. Lisa?
Well, they're through the minutes. Good morning, Council and Administration. Madam Secretary, do you have any committee nominations or committee seats that need to be filled today?
We don't have any applicants, but I have 3 of them open that I was gonna let you guys know.
Okay, we had a Red Co board meeting on Monday, and we did make a selection for one of our vacant seats.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to address that now or after your minutes.
Which committee is that?
Red Co board.
Okay.
Yeah, we just have 1 at large for social services, 1 at large for White River Healthcare, and we still have the SWA 1 member for District 1.
Is that my district? I could, so we had a board meeting on Monday evening, and we did recommend to council for approval that we did have 3 applicants that we selected. Stephen Denoyer III to sit on our Red Co board. So I'll make a motion to place him on the Red Co board.
Okay, there's motion by Lisa to place our Stephen Denoyer III on the Red Co board. Need a second by Norman. Question by Pam. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 online.
Eileen?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
12,
Bill?
Yes.
13,
Steve?
Yes.
0.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
I'll follow up with a motion to approve the minutes for July 6th, 13th, and 26th. 19th, 27th.
A motion by Lisa to approve the minutes for July. Second by Jordan. Question by Ray. All in favor with amendments?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 online.
Eileen?
Yes.
Donna?
11,
Yes.
12,
Bill?
Yes.
13,
Steve?
Yes.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
I just wanted to say welcome back, Ed.
You're welcome. You're
Okay, all right.
Where's your buckle?
We're done with the secretary's report. We'll go on to mine, and then we'll listen to Mr. LaPlante and Dr. Warren and what they got to present today. So they're on the agenda for 11 o'clock today. First of all, I want to talk a little bit about the review that District 1 came down and did a review on JDC. They did a review on the adult corrections facilities. That was last week. We had when they came in, we sat down and talked about what they were going to review, how many standards they had to review, and how many categories that they fell into. There was 136 standards that they have to apply to the corrections facilities out there. That's including JDC and adult corrections. They had a team here. They came down on a Monday, and they had their exit meeting on a Friday. The vice president was present at both meetings. I thought it went really well. There's some corrections, but minor corrections that needed to be done at the adult corrections and the JDC. But they were working on that before they even left here. That the team left here, they were already working on correcting those deficiencies. Anyway, it seemed to go fairly well. I was impressed with the professionalism as far as District 1 and even our staff from Adult Corrections and JDC. They were very professional. They're very cooperative, and I think the review went well. Hopefully we have more that we can do in the coming future that will help us to improve our facilities out there, our corrections, and our adult corrections and the JDC. But I just wanted to give a little report about that. Do you have anything as far as that meeting, Vice President?
I think one of the main concerns was the sewer septic situation. It's not an emergency thing right now, but it's something that they need to start working on now. I guess it probably needs to be replaced. We'll have to start looking for some funds to do that before it gets any worse. But that seemed to be the thing they brought to our attention first, so it made me think that might have been kind of a priority with them. So this is something we'll work on and start correcting, fixing. But like Scott said, it did go well. I was really pleased with it. Cooperated and ready to move forward. Good. I'm glad they came.
Pam, did you have a comment?
Good morning, Council Administration. Chairman, under the report that was given, did they give you a written?
No, I was going to ask for that, and as soon as I get it, the report that they give to me, I'll forward it to you guys and put it in your box. Okay.
Okay. And then also, maybe next time they do their exit, maybe have them come through for a council meeting or something. I don't know.
We can request that. Yeah.
And have them do, a verbal with us too.
Okay.
Just so that if we have any questions or concerns, it can be addressed.
So you guys get a lot of questions about stuff that goes on out there too. It's not that you're trying to be too involved in it, but you still have questions that you have to answer to the public. So
Yep.
we'll do that next time. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
The other thing I need to report on is the land up there in Rapid City, the boarding school land. A lot of that's being asked to return back into trust for the tribe. It's going to be turned back into trust for Cheyenne River, Olalas, and then of course Rosebud. There's probably about 200 acres that is being returned. There's some questions over some of the businesses or entities that are occupying some of the parcels of land that are up there now. A lot of that land was taken from the Act of 1948, where they allowed it to go back to certain entities or certain organizations that fit the requirements. So they gave some of that land away. Now the land that's not being used and not for the right purposes is going to be returned and taken back into trust. So I'm going to write a letter. We're trying to get a meeting with the chairman from Pine Ridge and Cheyenne River. I think we're going to do that at the COLT meeting that's coming next week here. So we're going to sit down and talk about a little bit about this, what that means for each of our tribes. So I'm going to write a letter to Brian Newland, basically the Assistant Secretary of Interior, and basically requesting that this land be put in a trust for all three tribes. So I'll inform you as I go along as where it's at and what we're going to do with it. If it becomes a problem or something, I'll sure inform you guys along the way. That's happening in Rapid City. There's other, I got a few resolutions that I have to approve today. We have a meeting, Coalition of Large Tribes next week, in Flagstaff, and a number of, myself, I think Pam's going, I think Lisa's the treasurer, and Pam's gonna go in her place. And we have President Killer, he's the chair of the Coalition of Large Tribes. And we have OJ Siemens from Rosebud, that's actually the director of Colts, executive director of Colts. So we plan to have a really good meeting about all the issues and what we can do moving forward with some of those issues, and getting some help and some support from the higher ups. But we're going to go down, but we need to pay our dues. Our dues are come up again. So I'm going to pass out this resolution here, and hopefully we can get the dues paid.
It's off our treasurer's report.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to have Pam hand deliver it.
Good.
Here. Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
I'll look for emergency legislation.
There's a motion for emergency legislation, I believe. Second by Pam. What's the number? 236. Need a question? Jordan, all in favor, bring on this emergency legislation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 online.
Eileen?
And did you want?
Donna?
Yes.
Steve?
Paul,
Yes.
Bill?
13,
Yes.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion approved 2022-236.
Second by Pam. Go ahead.
I'll start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe qualifies for membership in the Coalition of Large Tribes Colt for tribal membership as a voting member. And whereas Colt member tribes are unified to promote our sovereign rights to protect, enhance, control, utilize, and develop our respective land bases, seek to educate the United States Congress and executive branch of the United States federal government, the public, and other tribes regarding the unique issues impacting tribes that govern large land bases, and to further advocate for legislative, regulatory reforms, policy reforms, and impact large land-based tribes. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and/or his authorized delegate to submit an application for membership on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe as a voting member. The Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes tribal funds in the amount of $5,000 for payment of tribal membership dues. And be it finally resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe shall be seated on the Colt Board of Directors, and if absent or unavailable, the authorized delegate shall act as an alternate.
Okay,
I think that comes out of our general account, so.
any discussion? Not need a question. Ray, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12,
Online, Bill?
Yes.
13,
Donna?
Yes.
14,
Steve?
Yes.
15,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Next thing I got, council, is the land lease for SWA and ARPA office. They gave me the resolution and agreement. I'll have that passed out. They were recommended that we move, and they found a spot up at SWA, so they want to bring that through here and approve it, formally approve it. So let's see what that one is. Here, just give me that one. Yes. Goes with that.
While it's passing those resolutions out, I received a call from SGU regarding Horse Creek on having a I think it's equine or horse therapy or something.
Therapy.
Yeah, that they were gonna have down there, and they put up the fence, the corral, or whatever they're gonna use, corrals, and they got horses, the feed, everything put down there, and the community itself had approved it. They approved it, and yet the board itself, SWA board, went and said no. So what happens with that, dude? Can the council allow for SGU to go ahead and continue on? I mean, because they've invested money, horses, and labor to be out there to help with, you know, this therapy that they're doing down there, and the community is the one that approved it to begin with.
Was a land that was used for the equine therapy? Is that is this under the control of SWA? Is that it belongs to SWA?
It actually came on the table for TLE, but we didn't address it either, so it was up there. But I think they were going to look at that land. Some of it may have sat on a part of an executive assignment, so they were looking into that.
Okay, Jordan has the answer.
I just have some input. Good morning. So the discussion was that we don't really allow the farm animals within the community boundaries. I talked to the lady from SGU this morning, and I explained that to her as well. And we do have another meeting on Friday, so maybe we can address it a little bit more. But that was like one of our issues, was it's within the community boundaries, and we don't allow those animals within. Horses? Yeah, horses, farm animals, right? So that was one of the.
So,
And
Well,
then
I
another
guess-
one was that if we were to develop housing, that would be what it's used for, was that land right there, so.
So I guess my question is that if you guys don't allow farm animals and on that lease, why is it that we have communities that have horses in their yards? Why is it that some of these units actually have a corral in their backyard having horses inside of them?
It's kind of like the same thing with dogs, right? They're not supposed to, but it happens, and we send out lease violations and things like that. I mean,
So,
what do you want to do? Go in and
because
move
somebody
them?
legally asked you guys respectfully to do it, you guys deny them, but you don't do any kind of, how would you say it? Any kind of correction to the tenants that do it?
We do lease violations and things like that. But where do you want us to take the animals to?
Well, don't we still work with BIA on retrieving these animals?
You should have a
I mean, the horses
process of trespassing. If they have animals that are trespassing, then they can take them and.
We don't, because we've tried.
BA doesn't do that anymore.
Which is why we're trying to change the ordinance
Okay.
for commissions.
Well, let's send this back. I mean, it's not an issue that we can answer to right now, but it is an issue. I do support any kind of equine therapy activities that are going on out there, but if it's in the wrong spot, then we have to deal with it with SWA. Maybe we can deal with it at the next meeting on Friday. So tomorrow? Tomorrow, okay.
Chairman.
Lisa, then Donna, then Cher.
If for that issue comes up on TLE board, if I can ask Antelope community to please respect them and not violate them for anything until we can find somewhere for their work out with the Horse Creek community area, so.
Donna?
Also, I think it's part of our culture, part of our spirituality. So I think those should be taken into consideration, as well as if Tipo did a survey on it. That would also help. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Donna. Okay, the next resolution we have is approving the site lease agreement or sublease agreement for SWA for the ARPA office to put their office up there and rent it out. So, do you want to bring that on as emergency? No. Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I just wanted to say, as far as this whole situation goes, we do need to start zoning our land, and maybe that's something that we can task the Land and Natural Committee with to do immediately.
Yeah.
To start doing, so we don't run into issues like this. And our TLE offices and all of our land offices know that that area is zoned for specific things, and they can put them in the appropriate areas, so we don't have people losing funds over it, and we don't have issues like this.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's a good idea.
Shall I make that a motion?
Sure.
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor?
No.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that the Land and Natural Committee work with Solo, BIA, and TLE to begin the process of zoning our tribal land.
Right. Yes. Well, they do that like housing areas, you know, they have it for economic development or housing. They need to identify it because a lot of these communities are running out of land for home sites. And so, like Antelope, they set aside some land just for home sites, to development home sites. And some of them are for businesses or whatever. So, but it's a good idea to start at least identifying some of that stuff for future development. Any second? Jordan. Question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 2, 2,
Yes, I'm not voting for it.
4, 5, 6, 7,
Online, Eileen.
Yes.
Anna.
8,
Yes.
9,
Bill.
Yes. 10,
Steve.
Yes. 11,
Opposed.
0.
On my end says, oh.
Yeah, 14 or 15. So it's 11:05. 11:05. 11:05. Oh, 11:04, sorry. Just don't agree with me. Okay, we need somebody to bring this on as emergency legislation. It's approving the lease for, Jordan, can you bring it on? Emergency? Number is 236, I believe.
37.
237. Second by Ray. Question by Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Online.
Okay. Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Go.
Donna? Bill?
Yes. 13,
Steve?
Donna, yes.
14.
Yes.
15.
15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve.
Approve 237.
Second by Ray. Go ahead.
Start at the fifth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has enacted RST ordinance number 82-01, creating the Rosebud Sioux Tribes Land and Natural Resources Committee to develop and coordinate all aspects of natural resources of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the duties of the RST Land and Natural Resources Committee, RST Ordinance 82-01, Section 8A and K, includes developing tribal policy relating to natural resources development protection on all tribal lands and right-of-way, and other related tribal property rights to to be developed. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Committee has recommended to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the landlord approve the sublease between SWA Corporation and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 Office, RST ARPA, to utilize a portion of the SWA lease to construct an ARPA office and storage area with the building storage and improvements to be relinquished over to SWA Corporation at the end of the term of federal authorization for the use and administration of ARPA funds provided to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, or for a minimum of 4 years. And whereas that for and in consideration of the terms, rents, convenience, and agreements provided for in the terms of the sublease, the leaser, SWA Corporation, hereby lets and leases to the RST ARPA officer the land and premises, including any rights of ways, rights to ingress and egress. The sublet premises is described as follows. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council finds it is in the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to accept the terms and conditions the sublease with the SWA Corporation and the RST ARPA office. And therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts the recommendation of the RST Land and Natural Committee and approves the sublease and related documents, SWA Corporation and RST ARPA office. And finally, be it finally resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate to sign and execute the sublease and related documents.
Okay, the lease agreement is attached or separate from there, but I think our in-house attorney had a comment about the term, the lease term. You want to speak to that?
Morning, Council. The term, the resolution and the parties discussed is 4 years, which is the period of authorization for the use of ARPA funds. But I was going to suggest that maybe the term should be 5 years in case there's an extension on the use of those funds. The other comment I want to make is the sublease itself is blank on the term. The primary lease, SWA leases that land where their administration buildings and their other buildings are from the tribe, and that lease expires in July of 2035. I was going to suggest why not just have the sublease have the same term, because the sublease can't exceed the term of the primary lease.
How long is that?
About 5 years, 2035, July of 2030.
2030.
Yeah. I can get the exact date. I have the lease. Primary lease.
Okay, well, we'll enter that. If it's okay with the council, we'll enter it as far as the term is going to be 5 years. Will expire in 2030, right?
Yeah, because it's a sublease. The primary lease is between the tribe and SWA. And this land is in the SWA's lease, so it's a sublease. But the sublease can't exceed the term of the
So July of
2030.
July of 2030.
As amended.
Yeah, as amended. Okay.
Okay.
Pam?
Okay, I have a question. We never had a discussion on what happens to all this ARPA stuff when it's done and over with. What are we doing with that building when it's done? Is there plans for it to become something? We ordered storage units. There's a fence, all that stuff. There's even vehicles out there. And I know at some point it'll come to that time where we do need to have that discussion, and maybe I won't be sitting here, but I think we need to have some kind of plan as far as what we're going to do with that building, because if we're going to move from here to over there, is that going to be permanent? And if it's going to be permanent, then we need to change. We need to start looking at how we're going to get this land from SWA and not be a sublease anymore. It'd have to be a lease under that office.
We might write that out when we do the
We can accept it out of the primary lease.
Yeah.
See, in terms of the agreement, assume that those buildings themselves would go over to SWA, and that's also assuming that SWA continues as a tribally designated authority, the tribe. Those are some big assumptions. That's the way it's been since house was created. As far as the other property, at the end of ARPA, I assume there's gonna be an inventory of all the property, the vehicles and equipment, all of that will have to be inventoried, and then at that point, we make a determination what happens to that property. It'll be tribal property.
I understand that it'll be tribal property, but I guess what I'm getting at is, you know, when we initially started this office, I think it started with CARES, didn't it? Okay, it started with CARES. We used CARES dollars for the purchase of it and for the infrastructure of it to sit up here. Now we're gonna use ARPA dollars to do infrastructure to put that building over there. Now, is that really allowable? Are those types of things where they looked at, you know, are those allowable under them dollars that we received? And if not, what do we need to do?
I think that's probably a discussion for the ARPA committee, when you guys go into session for your ARPA meetings. I think we probably need to decide that, because I was understanding that if we didn't separate it from, like we said, when we do the new lease for SWA, we could not include that part of land that the ARPA office is on and make a new agreement with them. But as far as I think that if we don't do that, then the property becomes property of SWA's.
See, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
is that it's not gonna be an agreement of a council that is gonna want that to happen.
Yeah.
And then if they want that moved again, because they don't wanna be in that lease, then what? I mean, those are things that should have came before this lease even came forward. That discussion should have happened, because we need to know all of that as far as, you know, the allowable cost of moving this building around. And in the first place, when it was designated to sit there, if there was opposition at that time, that should have stopped here. But there was no opposition. So then we moved forward and we put it down there. So now it's, you know, it's gonna get moved over to SWA. I know we won't, some of us won't be sitting here again, but then yet that council, if they don't want to give up that building to SWA, then where's it gonna go? You know, those are questions that I have, I guess, wanting to know before I can approve this.
Well, I think the answer is in a new agreement, that lease agreement that you would make with SWA. I think that's where the answer is at. And if we don't want it to become the property of SWA, then we need to write that piece of property off the lease, and move on with it. But I think that needs to be recommended by the ARPA committee to bring back to the council. Sharon, did you have a comment, question?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a clarification that there was no opposition to that building being in the Rosebud community because nobody was aware of it. It was placed there under 2075 and it didn't follow the proper process, which is what gave the Rosebud community the authority to have it removed. I just wanted to state that for the record.
All right, let's vote on this. Vote it up or down. Need a question?
I have a question before I question. I feel that if it's where it's at right now and when ARPA ends, then it should be given to Rosebud community. Leave it where it's at and give it to the community. That's my opinion. Thank you. And I'll question.
Okay, question by Donna. All in favor?
1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.
Online, Bill? Donna?
No.
Steve,
No.
opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Not voting. Is that 11? 4 not voting? Is that correct? Opposed, 5 opposed, so it'd be, 753.
753.
Motion carried. I got one other item that I need to bring up. It has to do with it's kind of a budget and finance issue. It was brought to my office that we probably need to deal with it. If I talk about it and you think that it needs to come under budget and finance, we'll bring that under budget and finance. We have, what?
Did the motion pass or was it defeated? It passed?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Okay. I was handed another resolution to approve a grant for it's called a JAG grant. It's something to do with some grant monies for justice assistant grants, it's called, and it needed to be done right away. You guys allow me to bring this on, or you want me to bring it under judiciary? Okay, all right. Can I have somebody from the Judiciary Committee bring this on? Is there anybody from the Judiciary Committee here?
I have.
Okay, sure. It's the JAG grant,
motion for emergency legislation?
238. Need a second? Jordan, question by Fremont. All in favor, bring it on as emergency.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Online, Bill?
Yes.
Yes.
11.
Steve?
Yes.
Paul.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
3.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve, resolution number
238.
238.
Need a second? Micah?
Oh, I need to.
You start probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has received FY 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance allocation from the Office of Justice Programs at the U.S. Department of Justice in the amount of $15,114. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Wombly Wechoni Teepee Juvenile Detention Center will be responsible for implementing the FY 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Grant Assistance Grant number OBGA 20252-171368 in the amount of $15,114 to provide professional training necessary for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Wombly Wechoni Teepee Juvenile Detention Center employees. And whereas the RST, let's cross that out because we didn't review this. Cross out Judiciary Committee. And say execute. Probably just cross out that whole thing, huh? That whole whereas.
Yeah, they did bring that certifications to me. I kind of looked at them, but I didn't want to sign it unless you guys went through
Yeah, and we
some type
didn't.
of process. So yeah, we could probably just cross out the whole thing.
Okay. Whereas the Wombly Wechoni Teepee Juvenile Detention Center will administer the grant while the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Finance Department maintains fiduciary responsibility over grant funds and federal finance reporting. Now therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council does grant approval for RST Wombly Wechoni Teepee Juvenile Detention Center to provide with implementation of the Edward Byrne Memorial Assistance Grant from the Office of Justice Services, and also approves the budget in the amount of $15,114. And be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby authorizes the chairman or official designee, I'm gonna change that to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Chairman or official designee to assign all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof.
Okay, any discussion? You already got it, just going to be used for professional development for JDC, so that's what it is.
Here, here.
Go ahead.
It's only for 15,000.
Yeah, so. Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, online.
Eileen?
Yes.
Donna?
10,
Yes.
11,
Bill?
Yes.
Steve?
12,
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. The last thing I have on report, and then we'll go to our guest here. We talk a little bit about the LEHAP. Beginning of the year, they put in a budget for so much money to carry them through till the new year or the new fiscal year. And somehow along the line, somebody was confused and they took it back out. And so now she doesn't have the money to carry her to the end, to 1st of October when her new funds are. So she said she needed $200,000 to carry her for light bills. So I think that, I don't know if that was discussion at the social service committee level. But I guess it was discussed with the treasurer, and I think at the time they thought she had enough more money than they thought she had, so they took that out of her budget amount. So they basically took $200,000 out of her budget, her general account budget. So she does not have enough money to continue till October, and so she's requesting that we put the money back in there and let her continue with her spending on paying people's bills. So, sure.
Thank you. I think that we should, if we're going to address her budget, we should address the other budget shortfalls. I know that I've been talking to a few tribal employees, and then their budgets were approved at like 80% or 60%. And they have a lot of shortfalls where they're buying office supplies out of their own pocket. Is that something we need to, that I should?
Maybe we can bring it back up under budget finance. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. So that's why I said maybe we can refer it to budget finance once I bring it up. So
Okay.
when we get back under budget finance, we'll bring it back up and look at all the shortfalls.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Council, that concludes my report. Any questions on my report?
Chairman, this is Donna. I do.
Go ahead, Donna.
We didn't have a quorum at our education committee meeting, but the dorm showed up to give their report. And they also have a change in leadership. So I'd like to see if you can schedule an honoring for Nancy Keller, retiring from the dorm, and then introduce the new director there. You can probably contact them at the dorm if we can do that. Thank you.
We sure can. We'll set it up, okay?
Thank you.
Anything else? Not, then that concludes my report. Fremont. You make a motion to approve my report? Second by Ray. Question by Cher. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
10,
Donna?
Yes.
11,
Steve?
Yes.
Bill?
12,
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Okay, we have, go ahead, Jordan.
Make a motion to approve the secretary's report.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the secretary's report, second by Micah, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
12,
Bill?
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Okay, next on the agenda, we have Dr. Warren, Mr. LaPlante, and then we have Dan back there, and I'll let them introduce themselves, and we're going to talk a little bit about compacting today and what kind of work they've been doing for the tribe as far as moving forward with that, so. What's that? These guys are on the agenda at 11, so we'll go. When they're done, we'll get.
Tommy Dockery, Chairman.
Yeah.
Tommy Dockery, good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Vice Chairman, Madam Secretary, members of Tribal Council, everyone that is listening to us online today. My name is J.R. LaPlante. I'm the Director of Tribal Relations for Avera Health in Sioux Falls. And we're here today to present to you our findings of a couple of studies that we conducted pursuant to an IHS 638 planning grant that was awarded to the Rosebud Sioux tribe, I think last year. And you guys all know that as you approved that. And then we were contracted to come in and provide these two studies. We're very happy with the outcome. Our time frame was a little compressed. It was originally set up to be about 12 months of work. We had to compress that amount of work into about 90 days. But I really want to express our gratitude on behalf of Avera and my colleagues to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Health Administration for their cooperation, as well as Mr. Dan Peru, who was such a tremendous help throughout the whole process in terms of helping us get things scheduled with logistics and so forth. And again, I want to thank everybody that participated. And so that's basically the background on what we're presenting today. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our team to you. And the first person that's going to present is Mr. Kurt Holman. Kurt is the Vice President of Network Operations for Avera Health. And Mr. Holman was responsible for conducting the hospital review. We did the hospital review back in 2014 under different circumstances, not under a 638 planning grant. Things are different today than they were back in 2014, and the way that we conducted the hospital review was different this time as well. And Kurt will explain those circumstances. Nonetheless, We were able to complete the review, and we think that the findings are significant and will serve the tribe well as it contemplates whether or not it wants to 638 contract federal services, healthcare services. Secondly, I want to introduce Dr. Don Warren. Dr. Don Warren is the director of the Indians into Medicine program at North Dakota State, University of North Dakota, and also a number of other things, and is a physician, an MD, and he can introduce himself more when it's his time to present. And then I also want to introduce Dr. Kelleher, Allison Kelleher in the back. She was a very, very big help to us as an associate on this study, and helped us design the study along with Dr. Warren, which received IRB approval through Avera, as well as through you as well, your IRB, and we really think that this study is not only an evidence-based study, as Dr. Warren will describe to you, but that is meritorious because it was performed and reviewed by an RB under their direction. So we're very happy that we completed the work. And without further ado, we'll start with the presentation, beginning with Kurt Holman on the hospital review. Okay. You have anything to add, Dr. Warren?
President Herman and members of the council, just very honored to be a part of these important discussions with you today. So the first part will be the hospital review by Kurt Holman. Then we actually have a video that we wanted to show. Some of you may have seen it before, but it's about a 19-minute video that was made in 1973, and it's called The Healthcare Crisis at Rosebud. And it's amazing. The things that were talked about nearly 50 years ago are essentially the same things that we're talking about today. It's really remarkable. So we'll show that video as well. It was produced by University of South Dakota back in 1973. And you might see relatives on that video. There's a lot of footage there that's really useful. But the discussion is really remarkable because they're saying the same types of things 50 years ago that we're talking about today. So we'll show that. And then the last part will be the community readiness assessment that I conducted along with Dr. Kelleher and colleagues as well. So, and a three-part presentation for today. So thank you.
I want to make sure that I'm on mute so I'm not echoing through. I know that's awful annoying. I'm going to share my screen here. It's a test to see if I know how to do this stuff. Let's see here. Oh. Great. Well, good. Well, thank you all for, again, inviting me to come to speak about the management review that we did at the Rosebud Hospital. There's a couple parts to this discussion that I want to provide with you. The first part that I wanted to say is really and there's only 3 slides. This is not going to be any commercial for Avera, I promise you. But a little bit about who we are. We're a faith-based organization, and we really believe that we're called to be the hands and feet of Jesus as we carry out his original healthcare mission. You know, he is kind of the person who we see as our original healer, and again, we try to emulate his life through healthcare. What we do is, at least part of what Avera does, and what my primary job is to assist independent hospitals to remain independent. Now, we own some hospitals. We own the hospital in Gregory, but we also have these relationships that really lets hospitals remain independent. A good, again, a Tulsa one would probably be a hospital in Platte. They're completely independent. They have their own board. They call the shots. Avera does not call the shots. But we help them so they can remain independent and make decisions on their own. We do have a lot of experience with rural hospitals, clinics, nursing homes, and working within rural communities. I'll talk a little bit about on the next slide. And then the last one is, again, I think this is very important. I know it's important for what you're contemplating as well, is wanting to control your own operation, control your own future. And again, every philosophy that we have within Avera is we maintain and support that local autonomy, not by us controlling it, not by anybody else controlling it, but by having it controlled locally.
So this is a bit of a map of where we're at. As you can see, geography isn't anything that we're afraid of. I actually looked at it, and I think that we have 3 hospitals that are actually closer than the Rosebud Hospital is by distance. And so again, we are used to traveling a lot in our geography. We've also been doing these partnerships for 35 years. Started the first one was in southwestern Minnesota in 1994, and we've been growing that ever since. And so again, these are examples of independent hospitals that have said, we want to control our own destiny, but we want some support from the system, and that's what Avera has provided. Next, going into the management review process itself. And this is what Avera does for many facilities. I think this is the second one that I've done this year. And what we do is, again, that first bullet point is, in order for a hospital to function effectively, we have to have many departments that work together. I got a couple examples there. I know you guys know what departments are in a hospital, but we need to have them working together and working effectively as well. Second thing is, Avera has leaders for each of these departments. So within our health system, we've got people that are kind of an expert in the laboratory and in building maintenance, human resources, those kind of different areas. So what we like to do in these management reviews is have the local department leaders, such as in Rosebud, the Rosebud Hospital, meet with their Avera counterpart. And very often we find out they're both worried about the same thing. If you're in a large hospital, if you're in a rural hospital, if you're here at Rosebud Hospital, a lot of the challenges are the same. Now, there are definite uniquenesses in every single community, and certainly we know there is here as well. But that's kind of how we do, is we get these two counterparts. You know, lab person talks to lab person. I try to listen in on what they say, and I don't really understand about half of what they're saying. But they know what each other is saying because they've been working in that department together for so long. And then there's a series of questions that are asked during these management reviews. Here's a few of them, and I would say this is probably 3/4 of them. What ends up happening, maybe questions that aren't there might be very specific to a department. So in human resources, you don't have equipment. But in radiology, you've got a lot of equipment. So one of those questions with radiology was, what equipment do you have? Kind of what are your service contracts that you have? Any equipment that needs to be replaced, that kind of thing. So this is the basic framework of the questions that we ask, but we get into more detail kind of depending on the department. So the goals of the review, and again, this was touched on, and you're going to hear more about this in the other discussions as well, is to help tribal leadership such as yourselves prepare for a possible 638 transition, provide tribal leadership and understanding of the challenges and opportunities, at least what we saw with the Rosebud Hospital, and be respectful of IHS leaders and the Rosebud Hospital employees. This isn't anything that we want to say, oh, you should be doing this. I can tell you, if you come to Avera McCann or you come to Avera Gregory Hospital, you could find a lot of things you could wag your finger at us too that we could be doing a lot better. So this is meant to be a respectful review, to not make anybody look bad, but to say, hey, there might be some opportunities. You're seeing things that we saw that maybe we could help you with, or that you could take a look at yourself and improve as well in a respectful manner. So 8 years ago, I know there's a couple familiar faces around the table here from 2014. We did do a review there, and I kind of want to give a little compare and contrast. This was done a little bit different, as JR was alluding to. In 2014, we reviewed 10 departments. In 2022, we were able to review 13 departments. In 2014, we were on site, so we did 3 different visits with 3 different groups from Avera. And we were able to meet on site, kind of tour the department, and meet face to face with the leaders there, mainly department managers. We weren't able to go on site on 2022 this on this review. Again, we had face-to-face meetings at the hospital. In 2022, we did this by telephone. And I think that, you know, the Great Plains area office requested that we provide these reviews over telephone, and they were very sensitive about maybe concerns that staff would have talking with Avera. So they asked us or required that we talk with the Great Plains area office leadership, who some of them had an extensive knowledge of the hospital. They don't work there on a day-to-day basis, but they do have some extensive knowledge as well. So that is kind of the process that we went through there on this management review. So here's a little bit about the review itself. The departments that we reviewed, I won't go through all those, but those were the 13 different departments, and some of them are kind of functions as well within the service unit. So here's the next, I think I've got 5 slides that kind of highlight some areas of that we saw. I'm sorry.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
So when you said that they directed you to the area office, is that your nice way of saying that they didn't cooperate with you here?
I think, and we made the pitch. We said we would really like to meet individually one-on-one, to be able to see a department, to be able to talk to someone one-on-one. That's so much more comfortable. To be able to have conversations. You know, to be able to have lunch together and kind of get to know each other a little bit more. That's kind of the mode that's what we like to do on a routine basis. Area office said there was concern. They have plenty of openings with staff, and we all know that. And they felt that there was a risk that some department managers would be that they could potentially lose some managers by us coming there. They might feel intimidated or something like that. But so they didn't want us to come on site for fear of maybe losing some staff during this time.
What was the total amount that we invested in this project and our local hospital didn't support?
What this agreement was? How much was it, JR?
The total amount of the contract was $83,200. The portion that was spent on the hospital review was $25,000. That covered all of our travel costs, all of our staff time. As Kurt mentioned, we used over 20 personnel from Avera and Ken to help conduct interviews with IHS. As Kurt alluded to, the question about the question that it might raise if we came on site was staffing concerns. And it was something that we were really sensitive to because we run hospitals and clinics as well. And we understand that staff are hard to recruit and they're even more difficult to retain. And so we were very sensitive to IHS's request to have us conduct telephonic interviews as opposed to on-site out of their concern that staff may become concerned or about their position. And I will say this with this caveat. Dr. Warren will talk a little bit more about this when he talks about the readiness assessment. How 638 is a paradigm shift in terms of how we deliver healthcare services. Usually when a tribe 638 contracts a healthcare facility, usually the number one concern that comes up
We need to keep our jobs.
is personnel. We're going to lose our jobs. And so we were really sensitive to IHS's concern, that we understood what they were requesting. I just want to say that the telephonic interviews went very, very well. I felt like Mr. Dan Davis from the 638 office, the area office, was very cooperative, provided he helped coordinate all the interviews. We didn't miss any interviews. We were able to get all the content that we requested.
Okay.
And so it didn't impact the qualitative or the quantitative data that we received.
Okay.
It may have impacted the qualitative data because we could have talked to people that actually worked on site like we did in 14, but we don't think it affected the relevance or the accuracy of our report. We still think that quantitative quantitatively, you're going to get all the data that you need in order to assess where the hospital is at and so forth. So we don't feel like the process really affected our review, but at the same time, we were very understanding of my district.
Thank you. And I wasn't trying to allude that your report wasn't accurate.
Oh, no.
More so perturbed that our local IHS did not work with you when we spent money to conduct this. So just thank you for the interview, and you're very tactful, so I was trying to read between the lines. So thank you for your couth, but I appreciate bluntness sometimes. Thank you.
Well, I hate to dance around things too, so thank you. It's a good question. And one thing I do want to say, I do agree with what JR said. I will tell you, having someone who works in the area office versus having someone works day to day at this facility, I think we could have gotten more information. I think, again, agree with what JR said. The accuracy, I completely agree with, because they would say, if we don't know it, we don't know it. And you'll see that in the report. There's a couple areas where I'm not sure you need to check with, again, such and such employee in the department. So I think it's accurate. I think we could have gotten more. That help?
Yes.
Sure.
Not dancing around.
I will add as well that I talked to Mr. Davis and told him that this question may come up in the methodology. And he said if the council or members of the health committee have any questions about the methodology and the reasons why you want to ask further, he said anybody's welcome to call his office and ask him. He can explain more clearly and more bluntly. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, and I'm sorry, please interrupt me. I sometimes talk really fast when I start getting excited, so please, I don't mean to run through this, so please ask me if you got the question. So thank you for that. So highlights of the review, kind of what we found, and these we think are some findings, some opportunities where we think there could be not only for the facility to improve, potentially through a relationship with Avera as well. Again, we're not trying to push that at all. But some of the things that you'll see in the report are based on Avera's experience, here's what we've done, kind of a thing. So that's not trying to lead you into, we have all the answers, but again, we've got 37 hospitals, 32 of them are in small rural hospital communities just like yours. So that's kind of where we're coming from that experience. So the radiology department, well, they've got state-of-the-art equipment. They've got very good equipment. The radiology manager from Avera was kind of jealous of some of the equipment that you had here. There is an exception, and again, our contact said that CT scanner definitely does need to be upgraded. They've wanted to have MRI here on site, but have not been able to due to funding, and also MRI radiology techs are very difficult to find as well. But again, they were talking about how far patients have to go for an MRI, and that is prohibitive, that's for sure. The radiology department is staffed 24 hours a day. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, thank you for coming. So on that part of that review, did you have a chance to ask or inquire about our OB and surgical department, because that is now shut down due to lack of adequate doctor there? But I mean, is the equipment in the area there sufficient enough to reopen?
Because it has been a while. I'll talk about surgery specifically. We did not do a surgery review because again, we haven't done surgery for so long, as you have stated. So I know that the room. And again, I kind of looked back at what our review was in 2014. The notes that I had were the room was good, but again, the equipment, that surgery equipment, 8 years is a long time for surgical equipment. So I'm sorry, we didn't answer that question. On the OB side of things, they have the equipment. They do about 6 or 7 deliveries a month by emergency. A patient will present through the emergency room, and so they do, that's what they estimate, that's how many deliveries they do. So they certainly have the equipment. They said that those patients oftentimes will stay here as well, so they care for mom and baby as well. So the answer I would say on OB is yes, they do have that capability.
And then also, were you able to, or your team able to look at our dialysis?
We did not.
Section,
We did not
and-
review the dialysis.
Okay. And as part of the 638, would that be something that you might consider taking up? I know in the past, we have worked with JR, but we had a letter of intent, I think, that we had to work with. But like, in my own family, I have 4 transplant recipients and they all went through Avera. And I think with our dialysis, if our tribal members are eligible to be on a transplant list and can get dialysis through Avera, it would be easier for them to follow through with their necessary requirements to get the transplant. So
We do have a number of dialysis centers. Again, closest one being Gregory. I think we have 3 chairs there in Gregory. So yes, we could help. Thank you. Any other questions maybe on the process? Kind of jumping right into the departments.
One thing that we did see, and this might be just kind of the way, historically, the way we staff the radiology department, but it is staffed 24 hours a day. And I'll tell you what happens in other communities, other facilities that have this level of volume. You've got a pretty darn busy hospital. But what we try to do to save some dollars is we won't have, maybe we won't have a radiology tech working there on site, but we'll have them on call. So they'll stay home. At Avera, I think we're paid $5 an hour for on call. And then if they do get called in most cases it'd be an emergency, we'd call them back and we would pay them, and it's a premium pay. But we're not having them stay there within the hospital, again, for its staff 24 hours a day, just because volumes, obviously maybe midnight to 6 a.m., there might not be that many radiology procedures happening. So that was just something that we identified as well. The clinic. Biggest challenge there is half the clinic staff positions are not filled. And of that half that aren't filled, I should say that 25% of them are not filled. The other 25% are filled with traveler staff. So what's a traveler? A traveler is, this is what we have, and I would assume they have the same arrangement here, is you, a person, in this case, it'd be maybe it's a clinic nurse. We would sign a contract with them to work for 13 weeks. And for that 13 weeks, we pay them a premium. They might be coming from Florida, from Colorado, from Arizona, somewhere. They come up and they'll work for this very temporary, full-time, but temporary basis, 13 weeks. And for that, frankly, we're paying them a premium. It's more than double for what the cost of a regular staff person is. We often have to pay for meals and lodging as well. So it's very expensive, but frankly, having no staff versus having a traveler, that's oftentimes what we have to do. I can tell you, Avera McKenna, Sioux Falls, we've got lots of travelers in our nursing department. I don't know that we have any in the clinic, but we do. So it's kind of all over. This is not a problem just for the Rosebud Hospital. But the numbers that you have are very high. That's just a challenge. The other thing that I would say too that we saw in that another bullet point is, these are kind of technical terms. We can get into them much more specifically if you'd like. But there are these 2 different statuses that you can get. And it's a rural health clinic or it's a federally qualified health clinic, where in a federally qualified health clinic, you can get much better Medicaid payments and you can get much better Medicare payments. And so we've seen very big financial benefits to going to those different programs. The patient doesn't really notice anything different. The clinicians, the providers really don't do much different either. We do some different billing in those. And again, as an IHS facility, I don't even know if they're even able to participate in those 2 programs. But I think in every clinic, rural clinic we have within Avera, we're either a rural health clinic or a federally qualified health. So we can get much more into that if you're interested, but it's an opportunity. If you went 638, that'd be one of the first things we said is, let's pursue that designation. Nursing, about half the nursing positions are not filled. And again, about half of those are filled using travelers.
A couple things that we found is they're having to write their own policies, which is very challenging when you're short-staffed and, oh my goodness, you know, monkeypox. What's going to be our monkeypox policy? How are we going to handle that? They're having to write it on their own, or maybe they're calling within their network of people. At Avera McKinnon or at Avera Health, we got 37 hospitals, and usually we say, hey, one of the nurses that writes policies really well, do the research. Would you write that for us? And then all 37 will adopt them. So we provide that, and that could be something that could help you as well. Something that they're working on now, which is great, is changing to a critical access hospital status. That's another government program. Avera's got, again, 32 of our rural hospitals. Every one of our rural hospitals is a critical access designation. Again, as a patient, you don't see anything different. As a provider, the rules are slightly different, but not that much different. It's kind of in the billing office and in finance. That's where they have to do a little bit more work, but it is very much worth it. Great financial benefit to going critical access. So I applaud IHS for doing that. Let's get that done yesterday, because that could make a big financial difference. There's so many staff openings, and I think Dale was her name that we talked to. We just don't have time to involve nurses in our decisions, and they get grumpy. They don't like that, and sometimes it takes extra time in the federal programs to get changes. And I completely understand that, but boy, employees today, you just can't tell them what to do, and just don't ask me why, and I don't need your opinion. I really encourage them. It's an important investment to say, let's get the nurses around the table and say, here's what we're working on. What's your input? What do you think about this? It's just very important to involve employees in that, and it could be a way to retain employees. I can completely understand why they're not doing that, but it's a good time investment is what I would say. Coding. So coding is when you go to the hospital or the clinic, the insurance companies and the federal government say there are hundreds of different ways that you are sick, that we're going to code you, and you have to use the right code in order for us to pay you. And so there's this coding function that's extremely important. And right now, we're down a couple coders at the Rosebud Hospital. I know that the area office is helping. And all the coders that we have come into the hospital. What we found is within coders around the United States is they now want to stay home. They can code from home. It takes some software changes. But Avera had a shortage of coders, and we said, okay, we'll let you work at home in your slippers if that's what you want to do. All of a sudden, our coders quit leaving, and we started to track coders, and it's been much better for us to be able to work from home. Obviously, you need connectivity there, and that might be an issue as well for some people where they live, but again, that's a suggestion we have. Food and nutrition, I think the only thing I'd say, 2 points there, is you've got one dietitian that is working, doing a wonderful job holding down all of her responsibilities, and that was amazing. They have another dietitian opening, I think, if I remember right, that they haven't been able to fill. Food preparation equipment needs replacement. You could go to Avera McKinnon and you would want to hide your eyes of how old our equipment is. When you got CT scanners, you got surgery equipment, you got a new building that you need to build. It seems like that equipment that we need down at the kitchen always falls to the bottom of the pile. Well, it sounds like that's the same thing that's happening in your hospital here. So I'm not saying that's a problem that nobody else has, but it's a problem that we all share, and it's present at the hospital too. Physical therapy. You have 2 therapists, and they do a lot of work. They are, I don't know how they do it. They must have to take bathroom breaks or something. But they must be very busy. The thing that we saw was, and we have this too, where it's like, we got 2 physical therapists, we really need a 3rd one. It's kind of hard to find someone, so let's hire, and maybe we need to train a physical therapy aide. They can do some of that work as well, such as if you're you know, if you're on the recumbent bike here and you're doing some exercises, sometimes you can have a physical therapy aide kind of monitor the patient and make sure that they're doing the exercise correctly. So that's one thing that you can do, kind of that physical therapist extender. Occupational therapy is not present at the hospital, and I'm sure it's a recruitment challenge, but that would be helpful as well. Occupational therapists look at therapy just a little bit differently. They're a little different training, a little different mindset that could be very helpful. Laboratory, again, they're staffed 24/7. They're short on staff, and one way to help eliminate that shortage of staffing could be to go to this on-call model, like I was saying before. Another thing that we can't do all the labs, process all the lab specimens here, so they have to be sent out. And they're sent to Bismarck, I believe, through UPS, and we'd like to understand better how many days it takes to get those results back, because, for example, we have a courier system, Sanford does as well, Monument does as well, and I would bet the turnaround times are quicker than that, than what you're getting now, but I don't know. I'm guessing. Yes, ma'am.
I know my stepfather was residing in Mission, and he had a liver transplant out of Avera and Sioux Falls. So he was getting his labs here in IHS, but the turnaround time was 24 hours. So then he moved to Gregory, and there's an Avera Gregory, so he has immediate results there to get sent to his doctors up in.
Is there a question? Where did?
No, I was just saying the turnaround time for his labs here in Rosebud was 24 hours to get to Avera and Sioux Falls.
Quicker than Gregory?
No. Well, he moved to Gregory's, then his lab turnaround was immediate to Sioux Falls instead of the 24 hours. So.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
But I don't know about anybody else's lab times, but I know his was kind of delayed by a day.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, something, it's more of a question. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that. It's probably more of a question. The facility, this is the same as was 8 years ago, same similar report. There has been upgrades to the facility, but you know, you have a facility there that's an original, 40 some years old. Healthcare has changed so much. We've got, well, Gregory's a good example. I mean, that was about a 45-year-old facility, and we've had to change that, and it's completely different than what the old hospital is. And so again, that's a huge challenge. That's be an expensive project, but I think we're not telling you something you don't know already. Sorry, that's not worth the $25,000, I guess, is it? Pharmacy. Pharmacy, you've got 16 pharmacists. That's amazing. That's great. That's a large number. Again, they're 24 hours on site, 24 hours a day as well. I'll tell you, I think every Avera hospital but one, Avera McKinnon, we do not have pharmacists around the clock. We have, essentially, it'd be like on Zoom here, we have a pharmacist who sits in Sioux Falls, a bunch of them, will get the order from the physician that says, oh, we want this medication. They check the medication, make sure the dosage is right, make sure it's the right medication as well, and then approve that, and then the nurse can give it. That's federal law. We have to do that. But we do that remotely, and so again, it could be less wear and tear on your pharmacist. So looking into that, using that remote pharmacy service versus having them on site 24/7 might be improvement. Healthcare quality, you know, when you've got 9 physicians here at the facility, it's really hard to say. So peer review. Peer review is you've got one physician that this is how I took care of this patient, and peer review would be another physician looks at how that care was and kind of does an evaluation. Was it appropriate? Was it timely? All that. When you only have, we have a small medical staff, it's like, I'm working with these folks every day. Maybe it's sometimes harder to have those difficult discussions. Avera has a peer network in place where it might be a physician from Flandreau that would review the work that's done in Gregory, or one in Yankton that reviews the work done in Aberdeen. So there's a little bit more robust peer review process. Behavioral health, behavioral health is so challenging. It's challenging within Sioux Falls as well. There were some continuing education opportunities that our leader talked with them about as well. So there were a few departments that I didn't include. Again, I didn't want to take too much time, but I wanted to offer up any questions, and certainly at the end after Dr. Warren's presentation, we could have a question and answer then too. But are there any before we have Dr. Warren come?
I got one question, one request. Can we have this? Is it belong to the tribe as far as your report?
Absolutely. Yes.
It would sure be helpful as far as requesting help, technical assistance. We did win a lawsuit with the IHS, and this would be very helpful as far as requesting what we need to be fixed out here. So we still haven't decided what that means for the tribe as far as winning the lawsuit. Hopefully it means more money, more help, more technical assistance. If we can get that a copy for everybody, that would be great. So
I got 3 copies in my car I can give you today. We can also certainly have it on email too.
Mr. Chairman, I talked with Eric, and we'll be forwarding both reports to him for the health committee.
Okay.
And we can copy you on it.
all right, that sounds great.
Any other questions?
Maybe just stop sharing your screen.
Will do.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Kurt. And again, I'm Dr. Don Warren, and I've worked on this project primarily doing the community readiness assessment. I've done a lot of public health research over the years and doing things like key informant interviews and focus groups and surveys. So I'll talk a little bit about the process that we did here, but we did want to show a video first. And again, it's from 1973. It was produced through the University of South Dakota. It's called Healthcare Crisis at Rosebud. So let me get that teed up. Share my screen. Okay. How come they put July 13th? This is August. Hey, August. Let's see this right here. But it doesn't have all the exclusive.
Rosebud still has those ambulances.
I try to get the sound down.
You're online with the other ones, so that's why it's echoing. So
That's right, that's what it makes it.
yeah.
Best way to do this.
And ask our IT guy in the back to just pull it out.
Since then, rapid economic and cultural changes have occurred, bringing many problems foreign to the native Sioux. They have suffered from diseases unknown to them before the coming of the white man. Diseases like smallpox, scurvy, and influenza. Their land has been sold for mineral rights and homesteading. Cultural lore has been ignored. Native language right. In the midst of these staggering changes, the Indian now faces severely inadequate health care. Healthcare is a problem unique to the Rosebud people. However, as in other federally financed and operated Indian health service hospitals, at Rosebud we find a variety of not present in most rural communities. Every hospital that I know of in the state, probably in other states, basically the same predicament that we are. Funding for doctors right now, so it isn't just rural, but just people that are problem trying to world as well. Everybody else, they're the same problem. I think that something's going to have to be done. One of the greatest problems we face is that our staff are usually within 2 years of the time the former draft being, you might say. They come in here not with the best of intentions. They come here solely because it's the nearest place they can get to their hometown, and they have no real desire to serve Indian people in any way. Only serve out their time. I could see the crisis that's going on at the others. People in line all through the hallway. Oh,
The sound's not working there.
One problem is
Exactly what we just heard. So it's kind of echoing. Sorry about that. Also, that one of the things that's talked about in the video is the need to integrate traditional medicine and more cultural competency training for providers. So again, this is back in 1973. Also need more space, and that the facility is old. Again, having that same discussion this morning, that the facility is old again, and long wait times as a result of inadequate staffing and space. The challenges with remote care and needing more personnel, and recruiting challenges and the turnover of providers is a big concern back in the 1970s. Also, needing more funding and more local control and local input regarding the services. So that is remarkable. Again, almost 50 years ago, and what the committee was talking about is we need more local control and local input into the provision of health services. So one of the closing statements was that every day people are dying and we don't have adequate resources to meet the needs of the health of our people. So that was kind of the summary of what was talked about in the video. And again, we'll send out a link to it, or if you just search on YouTube, just healthcare crisis in Rosebud, it comes up from 1973. So I'll go ahead and share my screen again, just looking at the PowerPoint file. So part of our process was, in addition to the hospital assessment, to look at the numbers, so the quantitative data about health services, we also wanted to hear from community members and do more of a community readiness assessment. And the community readiness assessment model is commonly used in public health research just to gauge how ready a community is for change. So readiness is the degree to which a community is prepared to take action on an issue. And it's an essential piece of creating community change and developing new programs that are reflecting the needs and desires of the community. It's a quick citation. We actually modified what's called the community readiness assessment that was generated out of Colorado State University. And just as a side note, one of the authors is American Indian Pamela Jumper Thurman. It's one of the original authors of this, and it is a validated survey tool for public health research. And the things that are discussed are dimensions of readiness. So what are current community efforts around the issue? What's community knowledge of those efforts? What's the leadership role and perspectives? The community climate in terms of readiness for change, community knowledge about the issue, and resources related to the issue. So it's different stages of readiness that are identified. So stage 1 through 9, with stage 1 being no awareness of the issue, and then going all the way through stage 9, which is a high level of community ownership. So you can see there's no awareness, denial, vague awareness, pre-planning, preparation, initiation, stabilization, confirmation and expansion, and high level of awareness. So to assess readiness, you have to identify key informants or key respondents and conduct interviews and then score those interviews. So like I said, this is a validated survey tool that's been used in many settings. So that's the tool that we use, and I'll share the results with you here. So in terms of the interviews, it's recommended that you have at least 6 interviews, and it can include focus groups. So we conducted about a dozen key informant interviews, including a couple people in the room. So Skyla and Dan, thanks so much for participating. Then also Mr. Phil Tweagle as well was one of our key informants. So three key informants are here today. And we interviewed other key stakeholders from around the community and also did several focus groups. So we did focus groups with elder nutrition, the veterans program. We had a really good focus group with the Treaty Council, as well as the Community Development Corporation Health Program. Let's see, the Tribal College, so St. Iglesia University, and several others. So we did about a dozen key informant interviews and about 10 focus groups, and had participation of well over 60 community members in that process. So again, just real briefly, looking at the types of results going from 1 to 9. Again, the no awareness, so that's where you need to begin to raise awareness of the issue. There's denial or resistance or vague awareness, stages 2 and 3. Then there's pre-planning, where we can raise awareness of concrete ideas. Preparation, where the community is getting prepared to actually have change. And initiation, where the community is actually starting to implement that change. And in terms of the results here, you're kind of in between stages 5 and 6. So it's actually a really good degree of community preparedness. And there's, based on the data we collected, there's a good deal of understanding of what services are currently provided by IHS at the hospital, what services are currently provided by the tribe through health administration and other programs, and really a sense that there's a need to do something to improve overall quality of health services. So we went through this process, and you do have the executive summary printed out in front of you. The overall report is about 67 pages, actually. So if you, if you need help going to sleep, you can read that. I'm sure it'll put you to sleep. The 67 pages. But you have this the summary of the executive summary in front of you, and there's really 12 key points that kept coming up, and I think were really highlighted. The biggest concern from the community members that we spoke to is that we need to ensure that hospital leadership and administration are well qualified for these important functions. So making sure that should the community move in this direction, it's got to be a high priority to have really well qualified personnel leading and administering the hospital and running the clinical systems. And one of the things that had been discussed is the potential for engaging a current healthcare system, whether it's Avera or Monument or any other, but to look at maybe even a short term, like a 5-year contract to assist in the transition of management and administering a hospital. And then there could be training for local community members to assume those roles. And as we understand, it's very similar to the process when the casino started, right? That there was a short-term, several-year contract with an outside entity to help with administering the casino and then training local people to move into those positions. So that was one issue that kept coming up, with making sure we had well-qualified people to administer the hospital. A second issue is the concern to keep politics out of the delivery of healthcare. And I think there's been some misinformation about 638 and what that really means. So some people will say things like, we don't want the council to run the hospital. It's like, well, that's not what 638 is, right? And there's really good models around the country. I know that you've looked at engaging Gila River Indian community, for example, in Arizona. As a side note, I used to work for them as a primary care doctor. So as a primary care doctor, I worked for IHS, a Phoenix Indian Medical Center, and I worked for a tribe, the Gila River Indian community. And just as a doctor, the ability to provide high quality care was so much better working with a tribal group rather than IHS, because there's just less bureaucracy. And if the tribe wants to move forward with doing something, they just do it. So for example, talking about purchasing a CT scanner. In the IHS, there's this long procurement process and all these hoops to jump through to try to purchase a CT scanner. At Gila River, if they said we need a new CT scanner, you know what they did? They bought a CT scanner without all the federal bureaucracy. So just my own experience, having that opportunity is really valuable. And what they did, and what many tribes do, is they establish a nonprofit healthcare corporation. So I actually work for the Gila River Healthcare Corporation. And then what the community members that we talked to really liked about that model is that then there is a buffer between elected officials and delivering healthcare. So the role, at least at Gila River, the role of the council is to appoint members of the board of directors of the Gila River Healthcare Corporation. Then the board of directors then oversees the CEO of the Gila River Healthcare Corporation. Then the CEO administers the hospital and the clinical function. So there's that buffer in place as a result. So I think once people understand that, there's better understanding about keeping a buffer between politics and the delivery of healthcare services. So I think my computer stopped sharing, but I can just go on to the next component of it. And again, you have this in front of you as well. The third consideration was that there needs to be continuous ongoing community education around 638 and healthcare services. So there's opportunities to provide education in person, and it's important that we reach all of the outlying communities. So it's not just here centrally, but every community has opportunities for in-person education about 638 and clinical services. And then there were also very good suggestions at using radio, print, and social media to really get the word out and accurate information about 638 and the processes. And the fourth area, and again, there's 12 summary recommendations. The fourth was to ensure that current IHS employees understand that they will keep their jobs and federal benefits. As was mentioned earlier, one of the reasons IHS was reluctant to have us on site is that there's concern that people will assume that everyone loses their job, and that's just not the case. I've been involved in a handful of 638 transitions, and when they're done very successfully, the way it's done is through interagency personnel agreements and MOUs, memoranda of understanding, where the employees get to maintain all of their federal benefits. So nobody has to lose their job, right? And the way it was described to me when this was done at Gila River is that Human Resources met with every individual employee, and they each had their own individualized plan about maintaining their federal benefits and not losing their job. And then over time, the way people keep their job is through performance. So just whether you work at a hospital or any other service industry or any other job, you keep your job based on performance, but nobody loses their job on the front end. And I think the concern is we don't want to see an exodus of employees because there's that assumption that everyone loses their job under 638. That's just not the case. If we look at case examples around the country, the successful transitions are where everybody has IPA or an MOU, keeps their positions. The fifth area is need to reestablish some of the lost healthcare services and add more services. We need more local services. So reintroducing obstetrics and having more deliveries here, surgical procedures here, but even adding more specialty care. And there's circumstances, as you know, I'm sure for all of our families, I'm from Kyle originally, a lot of our family members aren't able to access local healthcare services that are really needed. So as part of this process, that needs to be one of the goals, is to ensure that we have more local services. The sixth area was to expand the workforce, and there's great opportunities to link your university. You have great assets right here in the community, having a tribal university with Sinte Gleshka. And under tribal control, you could look at the hospital as becoming a teaching hospital. So in addition to nursing programs, you could have other types of healthcare services where you're actually doing the training here locally. And as I understand it, historically, the nursing students were able to do their clinical rotations here at the hospital. That doesn't happen now. I'm not sure if you guys are all aware of that, but your own nursing students at Sinte Gleshka University cannot do their clinical rotations at the hospital in the community. Isn't that amazing? They have to go outside the community to do their clinical rotations. It shouldn't be that way, right? If you have a tribal college, you should be able to link the tribal college to the local healthcare services and do workforce development as a result. So it could in many ways become the local teaching hospital, and it's great workforce development and educational opportunities for the community, not just the healthcare services.
They explain to you why they do it that way?
So I think a lot of it happened at the beginning of the pandemic, where there were challenges of having students rotating through the hospital, but we need to hear from the hospital, why is it that the nursing students are not going there for clinical rotations? I think that would be an important thing to think about. Yeah.
I mean, don't they do that right there with the University of Sioux Falls?
Yeah. Yeah, the hospitals are teaching hospitals through the Avera system. And actually, it's a great way to recruit more providers and more staff, is to let people train right here locally. If you look at healthcare personnel, quite often they stay where they did their training, so it would be an opportunity. And again, getting rid of the federal bureaucracy and just managing it locally, then you could have more workforce development and clinical training opportunities right here in the community. And you could envision just pathways from high school to the tribal college to the hospital and have real good training programs. So another consideration is to maximize other funding streams. So Kurt had talked about critical access hospitals. There's also what's called federally qualified health centers, or FQHCs, and there are grants available to establish a federally qualified health center. And the hospital would be eligible for that under tribal control. So because IHS is a federal agency, they're not eligible for a lot of those grants from other federal agencies, but the tribes are eligible. So that's just one example of many other potential funding streams to help support services. The eighth recommendation was better coordination of all health services. And it was really remarkable in our discussion with Skyla and her team. They were having difficulty getting data from the IHS hospital on your community members. I mean, think about that. It's tribal health administration requesting health data, and it's aggregated data, so not personal health information that's protected. It's just aggregated data, and they're asking from the IHS, and we're not able to get it. That's really remarkable, right? It's the same community, it's the same community members, the same people, but not able to access data with a simple data request. And again, under local control, you can get rid of those issues and actually coordinate services. So right now, many of the public health functions are operated by the tribe, but the medical functions are operated by the federal government. By having it under one umbrella, you could have better coordination of services. We need to link public health and prevention to medical care and treatment of disease. And it's easier to do it under one umbrella. Some tribes even develop a Department of Health and Human Services and have it all under one umbrella. So it's another consideration. Sure, yeah.
Maybe I'm jumping ahead here, but I just wanted to ask your opinion, since you did work for Gila River as well. Sorry, I was supposed to stand for questions. Do you feel like the success of the 638 program in Gila River is due to their location, because they do live in a, I don't know, a better, I don't want to say better location, because our location's good too, but a more sought out. Yeah, they have access to economy. They have, you know, it's summer almost year round. Their weather's better. They have a transportation system. And also, currently, our housing development that we have there around the IHS campus, is that can be adequate?
Yeah, and those are very good questions. And I think for a place like Gila River, one big difference is that they're so close to Phoenix. You know, so the providers can live in Phoenix and just commute into the community. So that they do have an advantage for recruiting providers because of that. So that is a challenge. We would need to look at housing opportunities and recruitment strategies as well. But there's also, you know, people who would love to be in this community that are outdoors people and enjoy, you know, being in a rural community. I think you could have really targeted recruitment here, whereas recruitment for IHS is usually done through the area office, and they have to think about every facility. Whereas you could really do some targeted recruitment here and maximize some of those wonderful community benefits that you have for providers who might want to live in a rural location where they could go, you know, deer hunting and fishing and those types of things too. So it's, I think, in some ways easier to recruit at a place like Gila River because it's so close to Phoenix. But there are things here that could be maximized for.
I have one more question. You're talking about a partnership, or, you know, starting with, like, say, Avera, and we contract with them to help us with the first few years. And a Avera person's here, and I know you probably can't say yes or no to this, but as far as like a new hospital or new equipment, would any of investment from that hospital, would that be on the table? And if so, is there a way where we could work out where they could either get a return on their investment or some kind of a tax write-off if we institute the corporation that you were speaking about?
Yeah, so there's a couple options to think about. One, for having a partner, the tribe could even put out a request for proposals and just get responses from the health systems, whether it's Avera or Monument or any of them. So that you could have that process being done that way. And then you could also look at proposals for investment to get a new facility. The other thing a tribe can do is a potential joint venture with IHS, where the tribe builds the facility, but it's up to IHS to then staff it. So if you 638 and build a new facility under a joint venture, your annual funding agreement would actually go up based on the new federal FTEs that would be established. The other things that tribes can do, there's all kinds of creative financing, like new markets tax credits. You may have done that with some of your businesses, but under new markets tax credits, you can actually borrow money to build something that's focused on economic development, and a hospital is economic development. And then based on the law, you wind up paying back 80% of what you borrowed, essentially. So there's creative ways to even finance it with local control. IHS can't do that, you know, but tribes can do that. So I think that'd be a whole other consideration, is looking at opportunities to build a new facility and not just depend on waiting for Rosebud Hospital to be in the IHS queue for the next facility. That'll be another 20 years. Yeah, so all kinds of creativity that can be done with more local control.
If the tribe does do the joint venture and builds it, and IHS staffs it, does the tribe have the ability to then lease the hospital to them?
To lease the hospital? We'd have to look into that. That's a really detailed question. I don't know, Dan, do you have any thoughts on that?
We've been working on that with Chris Walker. And that's some of the things that Scott and I were working on for a long time, that joint venture. And it's probably the best opportunity for a tribe to go out and talk to Chickasaw Nation. I think those tribes have already done the joint venture. But that joint venture is we can build a new facility that at no cost to the tribe, and we lease that back to IHS. IHS has to pay. There's no cost. But that's something that we should talk about more and more, because it's a huge advantage to IHS. Like I said, Chickasaw Nation has had we went down there and talked to them. They told me that they have already been pretty successful. It's just absolutely.
Can we use the rest of our ARPA money for that? Just kidding.
I don't know, yesterday.
No, but really good discussion. And these are the types of creative things that tribes can do under 638 that IHS just can't do.
The other piece of that regarding the staff. I had a question regarding what you referred to about the staffing. When you go 638 and you want to joint venture, we talked to Dan Davis a couple months ago about this very issue. When you're successful with the 638, you get that joint venture approved. As everybody knows, IHS has not fully funded the hospital. Rosebud, I believe, is at 38%. I could be wrong about that. So when we assume control of that, the IHS will have to fund that gap. So it's going to be a huge. So you're just doing the math, it's almost going to double the budget. So that, as well as so that one side, the funding side, the other side is the facility. Facility, the other side, you increase almost double your budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that, Mr. Booth. Thank you. So the ninth recommendation.
Bill has a comment.
Yeah, so say what's kind of good. For the listeners, I'm Bill Twiegel. I'm the executive director of the Tree Council, and there's innovative ways that you can look at too. You have when you contract a hospital, you create a nonprofit organization. You can also go after the corporate monies, foundation monies, to enhance that too. It'll be good to get that, use that nonprofit. I think for instance, Indian School has a nonprofit 501c3, but they never use it. So I think that would be a good way. Like, remember Indian Collective, they raised hundreds of millions of dollars for the nonprofit. We can do that at the hospital. 2 cents, right?
No, it's a really good point, is that many hospitals have a foundation where they do fundraising, you know. So for example, if I was a millionaire and I wanted to donate money to the Rosebud Hospital, IHS has no way of taking that money, right? But tribes do. So you could actually solicit donations that would be tax deductible to the donor, whereas there's just no opportunity to do that right now under federal control. You can't donate money to the federal government like that for specific purposes, but tribes can do that. Another recommendation was to better integrate culturally relevant care and traditional medicine. And really the mission and the values of the local healthcare system should reflect Lakota values, right? That should be a part of what the hospital does. And I look over here on the wall, I look at 12 Lakota virtues, and that's a framework for an incredible healthcare system, you know, and the tribe could do that if you choose to go in that direction. Another recommendation is to promote more innovation. And one of the things that was talked about, and Mr. Twiegel and others have talked about too, is having more traditional birthing center. If you think about our beliefs and our ways, you know, birthing and dying don't need to happen in a hospital, right? You know, but we kind of changed our perspective on this. But there's all kinds of ceremony around birth and ceremony about transitioning to the spirit world that could be better done under local control. You know, we can't expect IHS and policymakers out of Rockville, Maryland to do that for us, right? That's got to be done here. But if you wanted traditional doulas and midwives and birthing centers, there's the opportunity to be very creative and innovative and doing things that are more culturally relevant to our belief systems here locally. Another opportunity is to expand health-related research. My colleague, Dr. Kelleher, is also a family doctor and worked for the health system in Alaska, which is all 638'd. But they have a huge research program where they get money to conduct health-related research that's based on local priorities for that research, but then they get to keep all the indirect dollars within the system. You know, so when you get a grant to conduct research, if your indirect cost rate is 20%, $1 million grant means you get an extra $200,000 for administering the grant. Well, the tribe could do that if you chose to. You could have a department of research within your own healthcare facility and then develop your own research priorities, work with the tribal college, and revive the tribal IRB, the Institutional Review Board, and all those things could be done, again, with more local control, and you would not need Rockville, Maryland's approval to do those things. You could just do it here because it's important to you as a community. And then again, if the last recommendation we've already talked about is that if the tribe assumes management there, we need to look at creative ways to develop a new facility and better reflect the needs. And I wish the video would have worked, because it's just really remarkable what they were talking about 50 years ago was that we need a new facility, we need more space, we need more services, we need more local input. And it's essentially the same discussion we've had over the last 3 months with community members, is exact same discussion. But it was 50 years ago on that video. So if you have a chance to, please do watch that. And just wanted to end with a couple of quotes. One of the quotes from the community was, "The community deserves great healthcare." And there is a perspective that they're not getting the best healthcare. And we certainly have seen challenges with the hospital and challenges with accreditation and just access to local services. Even some of the veterans told us that they would rather drive to Hot Springs to get care than to stay here locally. What a shame for our veterans to have that perspective. So the quote was, "The community deserves great healthcare." And that's, I think, an important framework. And also, these problems have existed for decades, and we need to take control of our healthcare. It's another quote coming from the community members. So that's a lot of information all at once. I'll go ahead and pause there to see if there's any questions or comments.
Fremont, go ahead.
Yeah, would you be able to make referrals for veterans if they do contract?
Yeah, so that's a really good point. So there is a memorandum of agreement between the IHS and the VA. So when a VA eligible patient is seen at IHS, the VA is supposed to pay for that. So the payer of last resort is always IHS. As I understand it, that's not been fully implemented or integrated. So there's an opportunity to better coordinate and to have local veterans lead that effort.
Right now, they have us contracted out of Avera Clinic out of Winter. We have to get referrals from them before we could go anyplace. So would IHS be able to do that?
That's a really good question on the IHS side. We need to ask them more directly, but I know that under local control, you certainly have a lot more flexibility to negotiate those types of relationships and contracts. That if you have your own local healthcare corporation, that's the type of agreement you could enter into and look at that. And Kurt, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, just in terms of like Avera as a nonprofit healthcare system and coordinated with VA. I don't know if that is done much at this point.
It is. We do. The clinic we're talking about is an Avera clinic. There is specific negotiations with VA. I don't know the details of that. It's a great question. I could look up more on that.
Very good.
I would add that the one specialty clinic that we do manage for a tribe, Avera happens to be a VA contractor. So every veteran that utilizes that dialysis clinic that we manage for this tribe, the veterans get dialyzed at that clinic because we're a VA provider. So I think that's one of the benefits of being. We had to negotiate for that. We weren't a contractor until like 3 or 4 years ago.
I have one more thing to add is this comment usually comes up is, if we take over the IHS hospital, are we letting the government off the hook because we have a treaty, preliminary treaty, and you could interpret that 100 ways, but before the treaty we were sovereign, we had inherent sovereignty. So I don't think doing this would leave the government off the hook of the treaty rights. As long as we before the treaty we did things ourselves. So then they happened to make the treaty with us. So I think for us to be in control of our own destiny, ultimately the goal is to live without federal funding, and we could be going in that direction. So that's going to come up eventually. Are we letting the government off? We're not. Yeah. I don't think we are.
That's a really good comment and good point. And if you look at the IHS budget now, over 60% of the IHS budget is now managed by tribes. So it's less than 40% of the IHS budget is actually managed within the IHS, like at Rosebud Hospital. So nationally, the vast majority of the budget and services are now locally controlled by tribes under contracts and compacts. So in truth, the exception is when it's been managed by the IHS for a local community. And it's absolutely true that the process of 638 does not absolve treaty or trust responsibility. And it's actually written into the law. Very directly in 638 law, it says nothing in this act shall absolve the federal government's trust responsibility to provide health services to American Indians. So it's written into the law that it preserves the trust responsibility. And if you ask the tribes who are now operating their healthcare systems really effectively, do you feel like your treaties have been violated? They would say no way. If anything, they're accessing more federal dollars by going under 638. I had mentioned federal grants, but there's also higher reimbursement rates in some circumstances, better access to research dollars like from NIH and others. So if anything, the federal funding for those services does go up if the tribe chooses to go in that direction and pursue those dollars. And again, IHS is just not eligible for federal grants, but tribes are. So it's a way to really expand access. And it's important to remember that the treaty is not with IHS. The treaty is with the federal government. And the way to access those other dollars is through 638. At least that's what I've observed in my own experience.
Michael had a question.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. This might be a question for Dan, but with the joint venture, IHS has the responsibility to staff it, correct? No?
We have control.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All that, but we're referring to the staffing means the monies that are associated with staffing that we're missing.
Okay.
So the Rosebud, like I said, is like 38%. It's only funded at 38%, so we're missing 60%. So they would have to staff that, meaning they have to provide us with that funding to equate to that 62%.
Okay.
That we control.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
The other thing that I wanted to mention regarding this thing that we talked about is the Medicaid expansion that's on the ballot in November. That's huge because South Dakota does not have that. And that's a big revenue source that has to come in. And that's the thing that we're working on. We're going to DC, delegation of the DC as part of the next phase, talk to the senators for that joint venture.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good point. If you look at North Dakota, where Medicaid's been expanded, they don't run out of PRC dollars. Isn't that amazing? They've been paying for level 4 purchase referred care referrals because the majority of people have a third-party payer. That doesn't happen here in South Dakota. We still see level 1 referrals that don't get paid, right? So again, Medicaid expansion would be just a game changer for something. And I know I'm standing between you and lunch as well, but
Here's some stomachs growling, so. Lisa?
So what's the next step after this review? Will the community,
yeah, so we'll have, again, you have just the executive summary. We'll email the full report plus also the PowerPoint slides and Mr. Holman's report. So you'll have all of the data and all the information in front of you. And then I'd say moving forward, one of the big recommendations for next steps is to have that expanded community education process that's ongoing, not just a one and done, but multiple ways, actually talking in communities, but also social media, radio, print, and those types of things.
that's like surveys?
Yeah, it could include surveys if you wanted to, but a lot of it also could just be providing the community education.
One more.
Yeah.
I want to recommend to the federal council to use the treaty to remind the federal government that we have a nation-to-nation relationship. They need to stop sending us through the state anything. We have, like for expanded Medicare, Medicaid, we should have our own line of authority ourselves. So the president and the council, when you go to Washington, D.C., we need to put that into a white paper. Maybe this group can help us develop a white paper for that to remind the government of the treaty relationship, nation-to-nation relationship.
That's actually a really good point because, you know, Medicaid's funded by both state and federal government, but it's the state legislature that determines whether or not to do things like expanding Medicaid, even though it's 100% federal dollars. So the state becomes the gatekeeper for federal dollars. And National Indian Health Board has been working on this. You might be familiar with it, but they're kind of the 51st state model, where the tribes would basically just work independent of their states and directly with CMS and get those 100% federal dollars. I think that's a great policy solution. Yeah.
Just to add on that, Scott and I have talked about that.
Well, guys, we want to thank you for your time. Oh, yes.
So if the charge recites to 638, then what does that have? If patients, like if for myself, if I had a debt that hasn't been paid yet, who pays that? If the charge recites to 638?
So do you mean an existing one or potential new ones in the future?
No, existing that.
We'd have to look at what other tribes have done. That's a really good question. I'm not sure what existing medical debts and how that's handled under that process, but I think that'd be an important thing to look at. I'm sure there's quite a few community members who have that circumstance.
Well, thanks, guys, for your time. Again, all these materials we provided to you, to your in-house counsel, Eric, and also to the health administration. And if you have any other questions, feel free to email Dr. Warren or myself with any follow-up questions. We'll be glad to answer anything. We don't have to stop this dialogue now. We remain available to you. I'm at Vera Health. Kurt is at Vera Health, although I'm hearing retirement is somewhere in the near future. And then Dr. Warren is he's a member of my team as a consultant, so he's always at our availability and at yours through Avera as well. So, but it was a pleasure and an honor to do this study for you. We really learned a lot in the process. We didn't come assuming anything, but we gained so much information. Please take the time to read both reports all the way through, because I think you'll garner some really good information and feedback from your own tribal membership. The last thing I'll leave you with is this. One of the things that we really came away with impressed by was the fact that if the tribe was to make the decision to 638 compact or contract this facility, it would be an amazing economic engine for this community. When you think of all of the ancillary services that would come from you running your own hospital, it would create so many jobs and so many business opportunities for your local tribal members. But even greater than that, that healthcare dollar would remain in this reservation perpetually. Now, every service, every ancillary service that's provided through this hospital system is federally contracted, often to somebody who lives outside this reservation. All of your third-party revenue goes up to the area offices, gets redistributed. It doesn't even make a turn in this community. So I want you to start thinking about this not only as a federal program, but think about it as an economic opportunity. In all the communities where Avera provides hospital care services, our hospitals, our clinics provide tremendous economic opportunity, business opportunities, and workforce opportunities for that local community. One example came up, the courier services. Wouldn't it be great if a local tribal member started a courier service and called themselves Eagles Wings Courier Service, and they took it over and got those lab results back within 24 hours, like what we're accustomed to down the Sioux? There's lots of business opportunities. Or maybe a tribal member becomes a pilot and runs an aviation service, and they transport your patients. I mean, there's just so many opportunities. So anyway, there's a lot to dream about, but it's not all blue sky. This is stuff that we're seeing happen in other communities, like Dan was talking about, and we just wish you the best of luck. And again, we make ourselves available to you for any questions or anything else that you would like us to help you with, okay? Thanks.
You also forgot to mention that we'll be able to accept private insurance.
Yeah.
Another source of revenue.
Yeah. Okay, what's today? What's today? Hold on, man. Oh. See you again. See you again. Hey, good question. Thanks again.
You got our vote.
Good comments.
Are you guys gonna stay for lunch?
Coming again. Glad to see you.
Karen? Just gonna stay around for lunch?
Okay, thank you.
Council, oh, Fremont's got it.
Faceva Viciosangiek voi chiari oggi che la faceva na aiuta è ciao faceva no viciosangi ste unici la per faceva na le avete moshi a ora o mi faccio grazie
Little hot. Sorry.
Let's try. Oh, what are you coming?
What's your hour, council?
Back at 1:40. Got.
Next thing on the line is BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs. I think Sonny Farmer is here to give that report. Sonny, are you ready to give a report? Martha.
Before you start, good afternoon, Council Administration. Anyway, before Sonny starts on his report, if you remember some time ago, this past year sometimes, we talked about moving them back to Rosebud. Now, is that going to still happen sometimes?
I'm not sure what we're gonna do with the IT program if we do move them back. We're kind of in a position where we use the office space as for our own programs now. So if they do move back, are we gonna have to move our IT out and move them someplace else? That has to be considered. But yes, there was a motion or resolution that was passed to have them move back over to Rosebud.
That was a question from a couple of elderlies from yesterday and today. So thought I'd ask. Thank you.
Yeah, it was quite a while ago that it was made, so go ahead, Ray.
Thank you. If you remember, it might have been in June, we reaffirmed resolution. I can't remember the number at the top of my head, but it was to move BIA back to Rosebud. So if I have to make another motion to start the plan on a tribal level to find IT another building, I can make that.
All right, that's your motion?
Yeah, my motion would be to draft a relocation plan for the IT department. So BIA can move over to Rosebud.
Just the admin, right? That was over there in the first place, right,
Yeah.
Sonny? All the office were always over mission, so I'd be
Or at
administrative.
least come back with a plan. I mean, because I do have elders in my community as well that are still asking about it. So it'd be nice to at least to see.
Well, there's a motion that we need a second. And question by Martha. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And online.
Bill?
Yes. 11.
Neil?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Carried. Okay, Sonny?
Good afternoon, Council. Here today to give the report for the BIA. Superintendent is in training, TAMS training, and the deputy soup is at Peshla. So I am here today to answer any questions or concerns. I believe the monthly report was sent out to each council member. And as far as land operations goes of my department, I do have one issue for the council due to the deadline being next Friday, or not next Friday, the 19th is the deadline for that. And what that is our appraisal of allotted lands. Each year, the regional office does an appraisal for all the allotted lands within our reservation and sets the rate per AUM for them lands. And it's usually done in the summertime and usually like the first part of August, which we are now. We get that appraisal and it's sent to the tribe and also to landowners, permittees. We post that up. So if there's any comments or concerns, now is the comment period. So the 19th is the ending of that comment period, and once the comments are taken by the regional director, then at that time the rate for the 2023 grazing season will be set for allotted lands. So I also will be presenting this on Monday at the Land and Natural Committee also, but wanted to bring it to the attention of the council. So if there's any comments or concerns, if you start that process to be sent into the regional director. And with that, with your report, if there's any questions or concerns, like I said, some of these programs I don't work with daily, but I know the people that work there, and if there's any questions or concerns, I could take that back to them and try to get something to answer for you for any questions or concerns that you may have.
Any questions, comments? Ray?
A question, I don't know if you can answer it, but the update on the SF fire.
I did talk with Mr. Wilson before he left. In the payment process, they have them and they're almost complete with them, but he has the paperwork of getting the payments out for them.
Okay, how about in terms of, I guess, potential litigation against Charitat?
That I am unaware of, but I will check with Mr. Wilson. Okay. He was working with a lot of the stuff in the fire, part of the set fire. We do have working with NRCS on some of that possible programs that may assist also with the landowners or permittees within that area. Also, they have requested some information that we're gathering for them.
Any more questions? Lisa?
Good afternoon. Edward, thank you for coming down. I don't know if you can answer this, but maybe Chairman can answer it, but did the safety of dams ever get their quarterly report turned in?
We had a meeting over there. We talked just about that, about money that's been sitting there and some accounts for a while. We talked about the usage and they have to basically come up with a plan to use that money. The acting safety of dams director did show up, so we had a conversation with Ken Ledoux and how they were going to work together to finish that report. So I don't know if they got it done. I didn't follow up on it after that meeting, but I'm sure they were working on it. So okay.
At the end of the fiscal year. Anyway.
Yeah. Pam?
Chairman, in July, there was a motion that was made to have the superintendent write a written response on why BIA wasn't doing that appraisal process. Have you received anything from the Bureau?
I haven't received anything. I don't know if it was part of the report or not. Sonny, do you know anything about that?
I know that Dean mentioned that the question was arised before. Is this concerning the shares of the TLE appraisal?
Yeah.
That, and he has not received a response. He did send a request of how the process and if there is an answer of how they do it, but to my knowledge, he has not received a response back on that yet.
Okay. I don't know if this question is for you or maybe the chairman can find out, but Chairman, it's really important that we have the superintendent here at these monthly reports that we do. And I do understand that, she's at training and whatnot, but at the same time, I think before she was selected, we had concerns and we selected from a list that they gave us and they didn't honor that. And so this person here is constantly out of the office, even when she's not at training. She's either on leave and she's not nowhere to be located here. And our tribal membership really depends on the superintendent being around half the time. The reason for that is because, there's the land leases, there's questions on different things that are reported to the tribe on behalf of the Bureau. So I'm going to ask that, here on out, that if she's going to be the superintendent, that she be the one to come and do our meetings. She be present here. She needs to be present. There's a lot of complaints on her being gone a lot out of the office. I don't know if I need to make that a motion or.
I will relay the message, Pam. I'll call her directly and let them know that we're requesting that she be here every month from here forward to give her a report, okay?
Yep, thank you. Then going back to on this report, I just lost it. When I find it, I'll get the floor again.
Is there anything else for Sonny? He's the messenger today, so take it easy on him.
Fine, I'll save it.
Okay. All right, if there's no more questions for Sonny, thanks for coming over and
Well, so that thing that he's doing Friday, that thing that he's doing for Friday, people contact him or what?
The comments actually go to the regional director. We're the local agency. We're not even part of the process so that, how they do that. It's done through the regional office. So all comments, will be sent to the regional office. What it is this year is they do it and, they use this, Olympic average system that it's called to determine the rate. So from last year to this year, the proposal is to go up 21 cents on from what it was last year. Last year, the rate went up $1.23 at AUM, and this year, when the appraisal came back, it's asking for comments because it's going to go up another 21 cents. So that's what the comment period is for. If there's any concerns of what that rate is, then the comments will be sent in. And after the comments are all received, usually around the first part of September is when the regional director will make his decision on the rate for the 2023 grazing season.
Micah?
And, Joey Lynn sent the email on the letter, the official letter about these grazing
Rates, yeah.
rates on August 5th. So there's the official letter that explains it too, just FYI.
Well, we get these letters, but the public doesn't get them. That's where I was coming from, was having him be able to address the people that are watching.
Oh, no, I'm not
his
trying to
report.
argue.
No, I mean, I understand, but that's what I'm saying is that it'd be good if he could explain to the people out there what the process is and, you know, what it's for and whatever, because a lot of people, they'll log on right in the middle of you saying, you know, you need to do this and this is where it goes. And then they're all like, what's he talking about? What is he doing? And
Right, and we have to certify posting also. So we went out to each community and we have to certify that we posted it at each community, our post office. So staff did this week complete the posting on all the community centers and post offices. And sometimes a lot of people take them when they see them at community buildings and that. And if there's any questions or concerns, you can sure contact me at the BIA at 856-2334. And I could get a copy of the letter and assist if there is any comments that want to be sent to the regional director. I can assist them with that process as well.
thank you.
Okay, thanks again, Sonny.
Yeah, thank you, Council Administration.
Oh, I forgot to ask her, they, What is that?
Teleworking?
Yeah, are you guys teleworking? Or are you guys
We're not open to the public. The doors are not open yet, but we do it on appointment basis. We have a area set up to meet with the public. Whenever they call, we can meet with the public. We do have office space available, and just call to make an appointment. We get whatever staff members you need to meet with, we can meet with. And as far as we did have a couple days this past week that we were shut down due to COVID exposure, and they did do some cleaning in the buildings a couple days, but other than that, it's by appointment to meet with the public.
So who determined that you guys would operate that way or put you guys on telework? Because if you guys remember when Dean was here, they were open, right? Was it Dean? One of them, it was either Dean or, yeah, they were open. You guys weren't on telework, but I'm being told you guys were on telework. That's why I was wondering.
Just whenever there is a COVID exposure, we're on telework, but other than that, we are open and make appointments with the public.
So who determines that for you guys?
Superintendent.
That's the superintendent's sole decision?
As far as the COVID goes, and there's COVID protocols through the federal government that are set from central office that we also follow, that through the COVID protocols through the federal government.
I don't remember seeing those in any of the, sorry, Chairman. I don't remember seeing any of those in our reports that we get from you guys monthly, and I don't know if it came in last year or what, but can you send me a copy of what your guys' protocols are for COVID? Because I've never seen none, and
I sure will.
Hurry up before.
hurry up before I remember another question.
Oh, yeah. We can't move on, I forgot to ask. Thank you. Have a good day. You think those AUMs will go down? Are we in a drop? You think the AUM will go down?
It's actually going up.
Is it going up?
Okay, we're on, still on the officers' reports. Willie had to step out and leave the office for a while, so when he comes back, we'll give him an opportunity to give his report.
Start to the right and give his report too.
Good, last year, huh? Office of Special Trustee, I can't always forget what the new title is, but she's not gonna be here today. Indian Health Service, I can call them down here, and we can come back to them later when they get here, if you guys want them down here. Other than that, we're on communities. Any business for communities? Resolutions? Go ahead, Jordan.
I have my resolutions, but I kind of discussed them yesterday. Do you just want to give them, can I just give them to Cole to have them on file? But
sure.
I kind of just did it all yesterday, and then the motion was made for the food carts to go back to the ARPA office, so.
Okay.
Can I just give them copies to her then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Yes.
I have some things. The first one for communities is a discussion on the MMIW trailer over there in St. Francis. The community would like to keep that within St. Francis and be utilized as the MMIW facility for the area. I don't know if there's any more discussion on that, but that there was a motion made at the community level to keep that within St. Francis. So what's the update on it?
Oh, we're gonna get feisty. No, if you guys remember, we passed a resolution on the MMIW stuff, and one of them was the trailer house up there. That's actually going to be moved down here, if I remember right?
Was it requested by one of the programs that Marcita
No, that's not.
supervises? No?
No, it still stays under house admin, and it's gonna be utilized for one of them house fields, but I can't remember which one.
So in order to do that, Ray, you'd probably have to reconsider that resolution,
Okay.
and you might want to have the secretary look it up and then bring it back.
We will. We'll bring one back.
Hey.
Yep.
Idea giver over here.
No, we talked about it last month, and we were going to bring a resolution forward, supporting that trailer stays within St. Francis. I mean, we all know the activity that happens over there, and it'll be beneficial to our community, and our community recognizes that. So I'd like to keep it there if possible. But I'll get the resolution and then bring community resolution, this resolution, and come and resend it. So.
All you really need to do is just take the resolution from the tri-pass, take it to your community, and have them make a motion on that resolution amending it.
Okay, could do that. There's a couple other things. They want the doors open and meetings open to the public. I don't know how council feels about that, but they want the council floor open, you know, because there are some community members that would like to address council or at least sit in.
I think we're going to talk about that at our next meeting on Thursday. There's been a lot of talk with different people about the safety of our employees, our council, administration, and all the activities that are going out there still as far as what could possibly happen. So I think we should save that conversation for after our Thursday's meeting and bring it back up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. And then the other thing was, so the summer food program ended on the 31st of July in our community at the school there. But within those 2 weeks, we still have youth that don't get lunch and they don't have a meal. So when situations like that happen, is there a program that we reach out to? Is there emergency funding that can?
I got your email basically that you sent out, and I thought it was the same thing as the summer lunch program that the tribe does, but it's different, right?
Yep.
Different funding?
Yep, different funding.
And so I'm not sure if the school run out of money to continue it, and you was requesting more money, but the only place that you can probably go is to budget and finance, ask for some type of some funds for the school to continue. That would be a budget and finance request, I guess.
So there's no emergency remedy, I guess, when it comes to situations like that, because then you're saying, you know, go to budget and finance, but budget and finance on the schedule was tomorrow, August 12th. And by then, I mean, we're already 2 weeks into.
I don't know of any other type of emergency funds out there to solve that problem. So unless you contact the treasurer and he finds you some funds, but I don't know where to direct you as far as what you're asking.
Okay.
Sure.
Swipe back. Hi, Lisa.
Kevin, I think that, you know, with that type of questioning, I think community should start looking at, you know, using their budget that they get and start utilizing it to do them kind of services for their communities, because that was the initial intent of that distribution that is given to each community. It was to assist the community members in what they needed. So if they feel that their community wants to extend their food program for 2 weeks, they should find a cost for that and maybe put it in their annual budget. And that's where you guys can carry just your community's food, you know, your food program, if there's that short time of 2 weeks.
All right.
So,
Well, mention about budget and finance, when those type of requests come in, a lot of times we make hasty decisions to approve them, but a lot of times we don't know what budget or even line items to take it out of. So I mean, if you did bring it to budget and finance tomorrow, you should still meet with finance and see where they can pay something out of that. And then a detailed budget for however many days it costs for however many kids you're gonna feed at how much per child.
Yeah.
You know, get a budget.
Okay. So I know they service about 170 children.
You have it
in
with
St.
you?
Francis. Yeah, I mean, I can get it to you.
Okay.
I mean, it's after the fact now. I mean, school starts on Monday and tomorrow's budget and finance, and I this request came in on August 1st. And then there was some community members that stepped up and are feeding our youth who are hungry. So thankful for them. The other question too I had was on the, and I didn't know how to answer this, so maybe you guys could give me some guidance here, but was on the sergeant position, sergeant at arms, whether it was yearly or a term. I don't know what it is, but,
At one time, it was coincided with the 2-year terms as far as the treasurer and the secretary, and then all of a sudden it became a 3-year term. I don't think we ever decided that. I don't think there's a set term. What was it, Ed?
There was 3 and then one down to 2.
It was 2 and then it was 3 and then, yeah, it just kind of kept going back and forth. Kind of depended on the council if they wanted to, when they wanted to elect a new sergeant at arms, I guess. So maybe we need to clarify that with our attorney or the secretary's office. I'm just kidding.
There's stuff that should know.
Yeah.
They have all the information inside their office. But my understanding was the same with Sergeant at Arms, that it's really up to council on what they do with the Sergeant at Arms.
Yeah.
Here, the selection of sergeant at arms is done by council, and I think they should determine how long he or she should sit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
okay. And then,
But we'll get clarification on that. We'll try to get you an answer, okay?
okay, I was by our next community meeting
Yeah,
because I honestly didn't know if it was yearly or
Okay, all right.
what. And the other thing was in terms of the ARPA committee, they really want council to be the committee. So I'd like to reconsider and amend resolution 2021-203.
What is it again?
2021-203.
Okay, there's a
Motion to reconsider and amend. It creates the ARPA.
Reconsider and amend the organization of our committee. It was set as the Budget and Finance Committee plus the chair, the president, and the Budget and Finance Committee. But how it's been operating, and I don't know where all the confusion is coming from, but even when we had the CARES Committee, we operate the same as whoever shows up at that meeting. If it's council rep, they're allowed to vote. Is that how it's still run? Basically, that's how it is. So really, anybody can show up from council and vote at that meeting, so they can participate.
Our last meetings, Neil, Donna, and White were.
So I don't know if you knew that or not. So
That's my
basically,
motion.
okay.
My motion is to reconsider
All right.
and amend.
Consider an amendment to make the
Resolution
ARPA committee
2021-203.
the full council.
Yep, to the full council.
Okay. Second by Jordan. Any more discussion on it? No, we need a question. Question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Online, Bill?
No.
Tennille?
Yes.
7.
Steve?
No.
7.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Online,
7.
Right, Chair.
I'm gonna leave it the same because any council is allowed to participate in that meeting and vote, so it is set up
We
that
don't,
way.
when last time I attended, I wasn't able to vote. I was able to present what I wanted, but I didn't have a vote in it. And I think that's, the reason why this got brought up, and once it has a full council, we can still meet on the third Wednesday of every month at 1 PM, have a council being the ARPA committee and also being transparent with the, public out there as well, so.
I'm gonna break the tie and vote no, or keep it the same.
Okay. That was all I had, thank you.
Okay. And you have a community business.
Anyways,
Lisa,
do you find anything out on
Chair,
who,
can I get the floor next?
yes.
who repairs the broken out windows and?
No, I didn't get a chance to call yesterday, so
Okay.
I was gonna call the construction office and see if they were doing those emergency repairs. And I didn't get a chance to do that
Okay, so we're
yesterday,
waiting to put furnish ours, but we wanted to get the,
okay,
I think we have until September 30th.
okay. Tennille?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, one of the things that I needed clarification on is, how long do the COVID trailers have to be under the tribe? From what the reports that we got, they originally said 2 years that these trailers needed to be under the tribe. Then they get turned over to the communities. Now I'm hearing 4 years.
We said it.
And
It was under CARES, so. Reverse the CARES funds.
I think we set a date and then we also just basically said that they would be used for COVID and isolation, COVID isolation and quarantine only. And I've been getting that same question to Neil. When are they going to get turned over to the communities? I guess it's after we're clear of the pandemic. I mean, if it slows down, you guys can actually make a decision. I don't know if there's a timeline for keeping the trailers as far as under that, or if you can use them for a different purpose. I know Vanessa brought one when she said that when they are turned over to the communities, they would like to use theirs for, what did you say it was, for the youth? Yeah, so she's already preparing her community to do something with them when they're turned over to the community. So it's up to you guys, I guess.
with my community, they made a motion to rent them out. And I see from the minutes on February 24th, 21, that there was a motion made that these only be used for COVID-related isolation and quarantine. But at this point in time, we haven't even been able to use ours because the AC is not hooked up. We're the last on the list, even though we have a larger population than the other communities. We're always last. And so our trailers aren't even done. So we can't even use them. We can't put people in there. And it's just ridiculous because it's been 2 years and they're still not up to par. And then so they're unoccupied and they keep getting broken into. They're stealing everything out of them. And it's just becoming a big issue in that sense. That's why my community would like to put people in there and just rent them out, because we can't even use them for what they're supposed to be used for anyway. So whenever they get turned over, that's what we would like to do. I don't know if we need a motion for that, but it would be nice to find out for sure when they get turned over to the communities.
Nestle, did you bring a resolution or did you just do it by motion?
They did it by motion and then Eric was reading the resolution.
Okay. Lisa, Eileen, and then Ray.
I know, were we informed that they were gonna put new siding on there? And replace that, something more sturdier than that flimsy?
And they've been doing that.
Yeah, and then I think I thought they were gonna turn them over after September 30th,
Yeah.
but we can get a accurate date on that.
Doesn't matter to me because they're getting vandalized, and the longer we leave them open for something,
I think once we do turn them over, we gotta put something in
that has a lot of teeth in it to the communities, that they are responsible for any repair and maintenance on it. Because once these communities take it over, then there's something happens, they're gonna come back to the tribe and want repair on it, or, I mean, they could utilize the rent revenue off of it, whatever, but.
Eileen and Ray.
Turning it over and renting it out, and your hundreds of, some communities have that many membership looking for homes. So how do you pick that person? So probably gonna have to figure something out on that, because next there'll be something going on like that. Big, major problems, but, the other thing is, who do we, report the vandalism to? The windows are sitting months on end.
Health administration is right now is responsible for the trailers. They're under health administration.
But, it's like, they have to get the report that this community had their vandalism, their community, trailer, and it's like that should be automatic to go and try to get that window fixed. And, I think we need to bring it up, maybe, and, because you were gonna bring, the construction down at one point in time.
I was gonna bring them down to do a report. I was gonna also ask them if they were repairing these emergency, if they would do it for Parmalee.
Because, security, they need to, I mean, what can they do to help with this vandalism problem? They can't be in every community, so, what the communities do, like Neil said, they're vandalized, so when someone has COVID, it can be prevented. So we need to kind of back up what's going on there too, so that we can utilize those when COVID hits. COVID's coming around again. It's not the major one, but it's just as bad, catching and partly, so always out there better of that, and you can't use it because it's that way, and it's we can't use it because it's, they broke this and that, so it's kind of need to do something so that I'm so sure Carly's not the only one that's having that problem with their trailer and needing it.
Well, if they're turned over, then basically they're under the community, so any kind of funds they got, they're gonna probably have to be able to fix it up and provide security for them. And so that's the bad thing about turning them over. I got Ray and then Pam.
Thank you. That was kind of my question too, because I know our community wants to keep our trailer as well, but and there's a lot of property that was bought with CARES and ARPA funding. I mean, there are some buildings on some of our own property that we don't know what's going to happen with, whether it goes back to the tribe or it's theirs to keep. But I'd like to see the ARPA committee come back with a plan. And, these vehicles, where are they going to go, after they're done? These buildings that are in different areas, where are they going to go? I mean, the trailers are going to go back to the communities. So I'll make a motion for the ARPA committee to come back with the plan with all this property and where it goes from once the pandemic's over.
Okay. All right. Second by Sheriff. Comment, go ahead.
I guess, discussing this is good, but if you guys all remember, we had this discussion prior, and we talked about this on council floor. These trailers are gonna go back to the communities. That's what's gonna happen to them. They're gonna go back to the communities, but Russell, our Councilman Eaglebear, had wanted these trailers to stay vacant, be prepared, because we weren't over this pandemic yet. So he wanted them left alone, and that's why he made that motion on the council floor that these trailers stay vacant until we get out of this pandemic. So they're going to go back to the communities. And if you remember during that discussion, I think the communities were supposed to bring back some guidelines or, you know, how they wanted to control them trailers. When it very first started with what we were gonna do with them, when everybody thought pandemic was over, but we were still in it. So anyway, that's as far as them trailers go. But as far as these buildings and stuff go for these ARPA dollars, these vehicles, whatever, you know, a lot of these programs utilize that boost in money to be able to do that for their program because they never had that kind of money to do that for their program. Just like the courts, they wanted them vehicles for their process servers and to be able to utilize a pickup to, you know, plow out their area where people park for court and stuff there. But I guess that resolution was tabled because they wanted to know what those vehicles are going to be used for. And right now, the process servers are using their personal vehicles, and the cost of mileage is more cost to the tribe itself versus them having to put in gas in them vehicles in their budget. So those are just some things, but yeah, we can still, ARPA can go ahead and still do find out what we're going to do in 4 years from now, because either way, if we're not sitting here, the next council is going to change it anyway. So we'll start.
And that's kind of, I mean, I understand the trailers, but I mean, we brought up a good point this morning with this, the office. I mean, whenever it's complete, does it go back to Rosebud community or, you know, and there's other buildings too that are sitting out there that we don't know what's going to happen to them. So.
Well, it's a good idea. We need to figure it out now. So when the time comes, we're not arguing over everything. So it's good idea to do that now. So there's a motion on the floor and a second to come up with a plan with all the COVID trucks,
buildings,
anything
that
needs to be decided.
I understand some programs got ARPA funding. That's great. That is theirs. But I mean, these other ones like this construction office, I mean, that was
okay
once it's complete. I mean, so.
All right. Well, we need a question. Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Online, Bill?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
11.
Steve?
Yes. 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Okay, is that it for communities? Bedrock? Oh. Okay, all right.
I'm busy right now. Right.
We had the Attorney General report yesterday. We have budget and finance. We have 3 resolutions for budget and finance.
We also have, there was a resolution table from the court last time, and I would like to have this one on there.
Okay, all right.
I don't read everything in my notes.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Chairman, yesterday, you talk about the Attorney General did his report yesterday. I didn't see that as a report because we went straight into executive session for him to have a discussion on something that we were inquiring about. And that's all we discussed in that executive session. I don't think any council reps got to ask their questions of, you know, his day-to-day, month-to-month activities that's going on. There's a lot of questions on the courts, where we at with the hiring, or, you know, what's going on with our chief judge. Last I knew, there was a retirement date set, and then it got extended. So I'm kind of like, I want to know where that's at. There's just different things that we didn't really get to discuss with the Attorney General. All we talked about was that lawsuit in executive session. So just my opinion and my concern, because we never finished it.
We did come out and we did ask if there was any more questions for Attorney General, and we approved his report. So budget finance, 3.
4.
4.
Right. I can do it.
Let's start.
Yeah, I think he's.
One in that court one that was, I think that already got a number on.
It's over the vehicles, right?
For vehicle. Still can't get with it, huh? Gave you a break for a year, still can't get right.
Need my break. Help me out. Help me out.
Motion to fire, hey?
Hey,
Ready to retire and right away? I need one, this one, the budget finance. Yeah, oh.
Gotta go around with the next one.
Yeah.
There's Gee, a lot of business going on today. What's that, you double my salary?
I can't remember the amount, so.
Right. Okay.
40.
Hey, Brenda. More coming out. Oh.
It's taken. Oh, yeah. When I first got on council, there was a motion that we go all electronic. I remember that. I was worried about the future, so I was like,
You want to check in here?
Good.
Wish this was mine.
The last one. What's those ones that?
That's the last one.
Move them.
That one that you have? Oh.
Oh, this is not mine. Oh, this is chairman of the board of directors. That one.
Carol?
Oh, okay. So who has to sign it? Lisa? Okay.
Report that. Business with Bridger Finance.
Council, our, election office is short some funds for this current election that they're going through. And Shakira told me it's about $8,000. She doesn't know where to pay that out of, so I'll make a motion to give the election. Oh. What did Sioux Francis help then, or what? So.
I think they only had a certain budgeted amount to help, and I guess I didn't look into that any further. Did that come to council or did that come to budget finance?
She came to budget and finance, but we didn't.
Yeah.
She just expressed her need for the money that she needed for the election, and then that's when that big discussion came up about.
It did come to council and then it got referred to budget and finance, but at the same time, we had asked that the, that we need to see what they can chip in for this election.
Yeah,
Because they do receive a $75 nomination fee, and then they should have it in their budget every time that there's an election for the school board member.
Yeah, they did commit to a certain amount, but I don't remember what it was. Yeah. You remember what it was either?
I haven't.
Yeah. Be like 8, yeah, it was like that, so we have to come up with the balance of that. What's your motion?
So I was just gonna make a motion to, give the election office $8,000 and have the treasurer find the funds. She does have loss of revenue money right now, but she can only spend it under certain guidelines, so she can't use it to pay for the judges.
Okay.
So, Diana Spottitel, the monitor. So,
Yeah.
so she can only pay it to direct vendors, like the food and stuff like that.
You guys made that motion way back when. So this, gee, that was me a long time ago, about 6 months ago. For the elections. She was gonna come up short. So that money's just been sitting there all this time.
There's probably about 60,000 in that loss of revenue account. Can we put some of that in the general and then obligate it for just that?
Well, that's why I just said to have the
Okay.
treasurer find funds, because I wouldn't know what the process would be to take it out of which account.
Okay. Motion
Wait.
to look for 8,000 for the election office
And to have the treasurer find the funds.
have the treasurer find the funds.
That's a good motion. I mean, if she's got money from loss of revenue, sorry, Chairman.
If she's got money from loss of revenue, how come we can't take it from her loss of revenue and put it over towards this? And why do we have to have the treasurer look for it? That money, that loss of revenue money to these programs was for a reason. And it was because they weren't able to do stuff and the general account ended up paying for it. So
That's probably what's gonna happen, Pam, is they'll probably take their loss of revenue, put it in the general account and reobligate it to pay that out.
That's what we should be doing instead of having the treasurer look for money. That motion don't even, I don't know, to me, I just don't think that motion sounds right to be making the treasurer look for it when there's an ideal way to do it already.
So, Lisa, did she get a second on that motion?
No, we could probably take it back and.
Okay.
We have budget finance tomorrow, so.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead.
Actually, Diana just wanted to clarify that loss of revenue.
What you read, I guess.
The only thing I identified with the election office, I just told her that she could not process the per diem of the committee because it's budgeted already in the general account. That is the only thing I told her. I told her everything else would be okay except that.
So for the per diem to the committee can't come out of the loss of revenue, basically.
No, all the expenses could come out of loss of revenue except the committee's per diem.
And she has election board.
Oh, election board. Yeah.
Does she have money for the election board program?
Well, see, that's the other thing is, this is news to me because, you know, she should bring in a budget, and from my understanding and speaking with the chair right now, she said they didn't even contact St. Francis about what they can contribute. So I don't know what she's coming up with the date.
No, they did send a letter over and it was confirmed that they can come up with a portion of it, but they couldn't come up with all of it. And I think it was around $16,000-$17,000 that they were expected to contribute, but they only can come up with like half of it. So we'd have to come up with the balance. They just didn't have the money to the full amount to come up with, so.
Yeah, we wasn't even aware of that back then.
Yeah, I said I didn't know. I didn't say we got contacted. I said I didn't know because I was out for a week.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were unaware of it back then. No one told us, relayed any information to us, what they needed or anything. So this is news to us.
I So I'll just withdraw that motion.
Okay, all right. We'll take it back to budget tomorrow.
All of these already have numbers, so none of them are emergency legislation. There's one that starts at the bottom, page 2 of 3.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved 2022-212.
Need a second?
Second.
Pam, go ahead.
Third, whereas one-time funding in the amount of $50,000 has been allocated to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Historic Preservation and Cultural Resources Management Program to assist in the documentation of cage locations across 40 Rosebud Sioux Tribe range units already identified in the grass survey project conducted by this Rosebud Sioux Tribe Local Bureau of Indian Affairs. And whereas the contractor Eagle Eye Drone Services owned by Tribal West Running Jr. was selected by THPO to use drone technology to document each location by video and digital image on all identified 40 Rosebud Sioux Tribe range units. And whereas an employee of THP and CRM will provide Rosebud Sioux Tribe's local Bureau of Indian Affairs a completed organized video, digital images, and/or PowerPoint to identify the grass utilization for the 2021 grazing season on the identified 40 Rosebud Sioux Tribe range units immediately upon completion. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approves the obligation of funds in the amount of $50,000 for expenditures related to the documentation, mapping, and media assistance for the 40 identified Rosebud Sioux Tribe range units now. Be it finally resolved that the Tribal Council directs the President or his designee of the tribe to sign all documents and assurances in conjunction with these activities.
Okay, is there any discussion? Got money to use a drone to basically look at,
range units.
Yeah.
To map them out. And then I think they've already started it because this came through in June.
Okay. I need a question. Vanessa, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, online. Bill?
Yes.
Ed, Neil?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
12,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion approved 2022-213.
Need a second? Pam?
Start at the fourth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections is seeking support to utilize BIA ARPA funding to, and whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections will assume responsibility of the property upon release of property by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections will seek operation and maintenance funding to maintain the property. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections Administrator attended Budget and Finance Committee on June 10th to seek approval. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the RST Adult Corrections to utilize property for ACF functions. And be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his designee is authorized and directed to execute the documents required to transfer the property from the Bureau of Indian Affairs to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections. Did you have a list on this? It was property that was already out to ACF.
Any discussion?
Yeah, this is the one I should include that one.
Yeah. Those little campers.
No discussion, we need a question. Ray? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Online. Bill?
Yes.
9.
Steve?
10.
Steve, yes.
Opposed?
10.
Not voting?
2.
What's the count?
10-0-2.
10-0-2. Motion approved. 10-2 your own.
Hey.
Gee, they just missed each other. Father and son fighting over there. Motion approved 2022-230. It's a Head Start one. Second.
Need a second? Pam?
I'll start at the fourth, whereas the SLO HS/EHS program requested sealed bids for 16 Head Start classrooms and 11 early Head Start classrooms for breakfast, lunch, and snacks for the 2023 school year. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Finance Department received one sealed bid from Performance Foods in the amount of $256,356.28, and non-food costs at $14,451.49, for a grand total of $270,807.77. Whereas SL EHS or HS/EHS program is recommending the food service contract be awarded to Performance Foods for the school year 2022-2023 in the amount of $270,807.77. Whereas the Budget Finance Committee approved Performance Foods contract bid in the amount of $270,807.77 on Tuesday, July 26, 2022 for the 2022-2023 school year. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council does hereby approve of the Sechongo Lakota Oyate Head Start Early Head Start program to purchase food supplies for breakfast, lunch, and snacks for the 2022-2023 school year from Performance Foods for $270,807.77.
Discussion? Any question? Jordan? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Online.
Bill?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
11.
Steve?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Voting?
2.
The next one, approval for 2022-231 Head Start.
This count was 1202.
That's what you said.
12, 0, 2.
The one before that was 1004.
0, 1 second. First one.
0 what?
4.
1004? 1004? Oh, I had 1002. No, that's what I had, because that's what he said.
That's why they had that 10-4 joke.
614.
That's why they said that 10-4 joke.
2.
Rewind it.
Okay. 230, I don't have 230.
231.
231, I don't have 231. So
Not 232.
I have 232.
231, 232. Not too late. They might, those ones might be older.
Yeah.
This one is for IT services for Head Start. 2022-230.
Okay, motion to approve 231. Need a second? Pam? I don't know, 231.
I'll start at the fourth, whereas the SLO HS/EHS requested seal bids for replacing interior and exterior security cameras at Rosebud Head Start Center and installing new interior and exterior cameras at the new Parmalee Head Start Center. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Finance Department received 2 sealed bids from Evergreen Office Solutions in the amount of $38,206.95 and Rosebud IT Department in the amount of $23,281.50.
All right, thanks.
The SLO EHS/EHS program is recommending the contract be awarded to Evergreen Office Solutions for $38,206.95. Their contract is higher amount, but our program plans to remove all REVO cameras currently installed at all centers due to the poor picture quality. Evergreen's cameras are clear and crisp with no issues identifying people in the cameras. Whereas RST Budget Finance Committee approved Evergreen Office Solutions contract bid in the amount of $38,206.95 on Tuesday, July 26, 2022 for the 2022-2023 school year. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council does hereby approve Sechongo Lakota Oyate Head Start Early Head Start program to purchase interior and exterior cameras for the Rosebud and Parmalee centers. Bless you. From Evergreen Office Solutions for $38,206.95. Did you see a copy of it? Get a copy?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Any discussion? Any question? Ray? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Online.
Bill?
Yes.
Neil?
9.
Yes.
10.
Steve?
Yes.
11 opposed, 0.
Not voting?
2. 1, 2, 3.
1103.
1103.
Madam Secretary, did you find the one for the court on the vehicle purchase?
Okay, go ahead.
So the next one will be approval of 2022-232.
Need a second? Pam?
I'll start at the seventh whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe awarded the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court PL 93638 ARPA funding in the amount of $606,959.90 to be used for the purchase of vehicles and payment of architectural and engineering services for the court. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court requested sealed bids for the provision of architectural and engineering (A&E) services for the courthouse expansion project from June 22nd, 2022 to July 1st, 2022, with an extended advertisement from July 13th, 2022 to July 18th, 2022. And whereas only one bid was received from TSP/KLJ to provide architectural and engineering services in the amount of $350,000 plus expenses at cost plus 15% for services provided from design through construction. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court is recommending acceptance of the bid submitted by TSP/KLJ to provide the architectural and engineering services for the court expansion project. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court also requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve prepayment to TSP/KLJ in the amount of $50,000 for phase 1 and survey costs, with remaining costs to be paid upon receipt of invoices as further work is completed. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court approves the selection of TSP/KLJ to provide architectural and engineering services for the court expansion project and approves prepayment of $50,000 for phase 1 and survey costs, with remaining costs to be paid upon receipt of invoices as work is completed. Be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and its authorized designee is authorized and directed to sign and execute any and all documents needed for completion of architectural and engineering services for the court. And on the back is their bid that they had submitted.
Any discussion? Even the A&E. Any question? Ray? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Online.
Bill?
Yes.
10.
Danielle?
Yes.
11.
Steve?
Yes.
12. Opposed, 0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion to approve 2022-225. And this
Second
was
by
already,
Pam.
can I waive the reading since I already read it in before it was tabled? Or did I read it again?
I think there might be some questions again. I guess, I
Okay.
think it was tabled because we needed to clarify it, so.
She did give me a little justification sheet here too. I'll be reading. I'll start at the seventh whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe awarded the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court PL 93638 ARPA funding in the amount of $606,959.90 to be used for purchase of vehicles and payment of architectural and engineering services for the court. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court requested sealed bids for the purchase of 4 2022 SUVs and 1 2022 four-wheel drive pickup, specifications for each required from June 22nd, 2022 to July 1st, 2022, with an extended advertisement from July 13th, 2022 to July 18th, 2022. And whereas a total of 4 sealed bids for the 5 vehicles were received, 3 from Frontier Motors and 1 from Billion Buick GMC Kia in the following amounts listed there. Front, you want me to read those?
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
Was there any questions on this? There was, last time question was, why do they need vehicles?
She had, was asked to come down, Court Administrator Cheryl Rogers was asked to come down and explain to the council why They needed the vehicles. She's available now, but she did send me a little summary here. I could read what she says unless.
No, go ahead and just read it.
The court has 5 probation officers, 2 process servers, a community service monitor, a truancy officer, and a wellness coordinator who need cars to do their work. These cars will save the court a lot of money in mileage costs each year. The mileage cost for just 2 process services alone costs the court more than $25,000 a year. The pickup is needed with instances when the weather is bad and a 4-wheel drive is needed to reach certain areas where court staff has to make contact with their clients/defendants. Judge Marshall also talked about putting a snow blade on the front of it to clear the snow around the courthouse because nobody does that for the court during the winter time. That's
Any discussion? Jordan?
I think we had questions about the big price jump from like $100,000 price difference, the one that she's wanting. Remember?
Yeah. One that's receiving the bid,
the billion.
265 from
Billion, yeah. And then, I mean, there's just a big price jump, so I think that was like the biggest question when it got brought up the first time. You brought that up.
It had to do with the, the one at Frontiers, I believe it is Frontiers, that the woman had the vehicle on lot, but she had to go through this process, and by the time
Frontier didn't give the right quotes or didn't quote the right vehicles.
right vehicles, and there was something with on the order of the vehicle wasn't going to be in or something.
Yeah, so they would probably ask for a cost change after submitted.
So basically, they couldn't honor that bid.
Yeah, or the vehicles weren't there.
Okay. Okay, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10 online.
Bill?
Yes.
11.
Steve?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Sherry?
The next one is a motion for emergency legislation. These two.
Motion to be 1301.
No, we lost. Yeah.
What is it? 1201.
Next one's for emergency legislation.
It's a longer one. These are from health admin, but they did come through, so they weren't given a number. But
Did you pass them on already?
yeah, I'll read the longer one. It's
I don't have any more than what you gave me.
it's a tribal management grant. You know that either? Okay, you can have my copies.
How do I have it? How does Martha have it?
I don't know.
Oh, we gotta get a number yet. So, where's the extras at? I thought they said on that.
See, this is why you were fired. Did make sure everyone's going.
Hey, item way on the bottom. Don't file.
Thank you, Ed.
Welcome back. Sign in already?
We'll move for emergency legislation.
Motion for emergency legislation. Need a second. Jordan? Question by Ray. It's number 239.
Down here.
All in favor for emergency legislation?
Is it 39?
239.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Bill?
Yes.
Steve?
12,
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion
Motion to approve 22-239.
second by Pam.
I'll start at the fifth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration submitted an application for the Indian Health Service Funding Opportunity, HHS-2022-IHS-TMD-001, known as the Tribal Management Grant, in April 2022. Whereas the purpose of the Tribal Management Grant is intended to enhance and develop management infrastructure in tribal health departments in preparation for Public Law 93-638 assumption of healthcare services from Indian Health Service. Whereas Health Administration application now consists of contractual funds, requests to support a consulting contract with the Native-owned organizations, Tribal Health Alliance, and Native Command Counseling. Whereas consulting contract scope of work includes assisting with Health Administration in developing a strategic plan for assumptions of services, reviewing, updating relevant policies and procedures, and developing a quality improvement plan for the Health Administration Office. Whereas the Tribal Management Grant was awarded to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe on July 7th, 2022 as award number D255 IHS 0480-01-00 for a one-year budget of $150,000 with a project period of July 15th, 2022 through July 14th, 2023, I should say, amended. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the acceptance of funds for the IHS Tribal Management Grant with a one-year budget of $102,000 and project period from July 15th, 2022 to July 14th, 2023, amended. And then she did attach the budget on the back.
Any discussion?
There's for award and then the budgeted amount.
Any question? Ray? All in favor? Approving 239.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Online.
Bill?
Yes.
11,
Steve?
Steve, yes.
Opposed?
12, 0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Motion for emergency, second by Pam. 240. Right.
It's emergency legislation.
Oh. I'm getting tired. I need a question. Jordan, all in favor, emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Online.
Bill?
Yes.
Steve?
All 11,
Yes.
12,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion approved 2022-240.
Second by Pam.
I'll start at the fifth, whereas the National Indian Health Board announced a sub-award application for infectious prevention and control to support tribal health programs. Whereas the RST Health Administration submitted an application for the sub-award for a total request of $49,995 to support online trainings for infection prevention and control staff, design of an RST training manual for infection prevention and control staff, purchase of infection prevention and control staff control textbooks for office use, and a total of 240 professional in-person training hours in public health leadership, infection prevention, and data management. Whereas the National Indian Health Board awarded the sub-award to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe with a project period of June 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the acceptance of the National Indian Health Board sub-award for capacity building and infection protection and control for a total project amount of $49,995 and project period of June 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022.
Any discussion? Any question? Neil, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Online.
Bill?
Yes.
Steve?
12,
Yes.
13, Opposed? One. Oh, one not.
One, I'm not voting. 1301. Is that right?
Right.
1201.
1301.
Where are these numbers fluctuating at?
Tennille came in, so
Neil's been online. Yet we're still at 12.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and she's out of the room. So 1301.
But anyway,
Yeah, let's take 10.
Anyway, this one.
Sure. Okay, 10 minutes.
let's, go on to the Community Presidents Association.
So we're not gonna have any discussion on what's going on with the fair up there, no update on that?
I was gonna bring Danny in, but she's home with the earache. So I was just gonna call her in and ask her to give a report, so.
We'll do that last minute next week.
After.
I mean, nobody, the fair board doesn't know what's going on?
What's that?
Fair
Fair
board,
board, as far as I know, everything's going like it's supposed to. Getting all the contracts, people that run each thing of the fair is being hired. Signing the contracts for them to do that. Last one was the parade coordinator. That was Troy Lynn. We do need to pick a theme for that. I don't think we have picked that yet, but it seems like everything's going well. All the repairs, everything that's been happening up there is happening. So, Sheriff.
Thank you. You know, since we're talking about the fair, I really would like to make a couple of suggestions or maybe motions. So with the fair and the fair budget, I really feel like as a tribe, we could save money to the fair if like my mom has gotten the bid for the pageant for the past few years. No one ever really bids on it. So, but she doesn't get that until July when they put the bids out. But if we were able to get the bid, or anyone was able to get their bids, say in January, if we advertised them in October and they were issued in January, we could fundraise throughout the year and establish, those contractors could establish committees throughout the year and solicit funds for prize money, for the powwow, for the rodeo, and really bring down the cost of Rosebud Fair for the tribe. I think that's something we should move forward to instead of us just taking the hit for the fair every year.
That's a good suggestion. I'd be in favor of that. And Ray and
Okay, I actually want to make a motion that next fiscal year that we bid the fair out October 1 and have bid openings at the beginning of December, the first week in December.
Motion for the second. Jordan? Any more discussion?
I'm in discussion.
Okay.
You know, along the lines of what Sherry's talking about on the fundraising, I do know that a few years ago, the council did have the fair manager do that. And she was going around doing it, but hers were like just raffles, and it was kind of, yeah, 50-50 and stuff like that. She wasn't really making anything off of it. At some point, I think before anything starts happening for next year's fair, I really think that this council needs to look at what's going on with that position. I mean, if it's too much, if it's, you know, if there's things that need to be changed in there, because an example is, look at with the construction of the electrical. We had all last fall after the Rosebud, after the fair was over, we had some time there before snow came. That could have been done then. Same thing with beginning of the spring, maybe March or April, that could have been done, but it wasn't. It actually wasn't started or even considered until, was it May or June? End of May, first part of June. If you guys remember that, she came on the floor and she talked about that. So, you know, if we're going to make a motion to have all this stuff happen ahead of time, we need to first start off with looking at what we want changes done in that position, how we want that position to be able to carry, because a lot of people talk about the powwow, They talk about the softball games, they talk about, just everything about the fair. And it's probably because a lot of people are used to that committee setting of where, you had a powwow committee, you had a softball committee, you had that rodeo committee. And like right now, nobody even knew what was going on with the rodeo. And now I think we're state sanctioned or something like that now, and everybody's asking why that became and what happened to INFR and NFR and Great Plains, all that stuff. Yeah, even though horse races, that was a big old flop too, when this council had advised her to try to get us the horse races here, and that never happened. So if we can do those considerations before we start throwing the motions out on doing the carnival and stuff, I mean, I understand where you're coming from and stuff, but I think we need to decide if we're going to go back to having these little committees and having the fair manager just manage them committees or something. Something needs to happen because this last minute running around isn't working. Thank you.
Thank you. Redeveloping committees is exactly what I meant. But if we get the bids out, whoever wins the contract can form those committees. And then those committees can work with the fair manager. That was the intent behind the motion. And maybe I should include that in the motion because I do think it would work better to have a committee for each of the events. So those who are in that powwow realm know who to reach out to because I would definitely sponsor something for the powwow or the pageant or rodeo or whatever. And reaching out to those specific people could be the job of the committee, but the fair manager position is important because we do need somebody who has access to Intact, who can do all the tribal business for those committees. I was on a committee before and none of us were tribal employees, and it was really hard to push vouchers and all of those things without an inside person. So I think it would be good. And if there's questions, my colleague, Councilwoman Lunderman, just said, well, what if there's a conflict? What if people have a complaint about a specific committee? Well, then we would bring the contractor in, or that contractor would have to answer to the fair board, and they would be responsible for their committee. So that's my whole intent. If we get started now, we can bid them out, get the contractor in place, they can develop their committees and work with the fair manager. Thank you.
Ray and Lisa.
Pam said it for me. She must have read my mind. So, yeah.
Is that why you were was he like, you're killing me? Yeah, small, but I think that too is like when we did have the committee structure to look at the budget comparison to when we just had a sole fair manager, because when I first got on council, they had the fair manager in place. One of the fair manager places because we weren't retaining any revenue off of, because we had, the separate committees with the individual per diem payouts, jackets, so maybe we could look at sticking to a real strict budget for those. And because we were putting more money into it than we every year. So this way we kind of have a savings with the manager in place, but that might be something to look at too, be the budget.
I mean, General, I don't.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just, talking about the fair board. I was, and I think Sherry said that at the end that there will be a fair board manager, but these committees will be in place, and that fair board manager would work with these committees to make sure everything's working. So that's what I wanted. You said, fair. So, and then also that fair board manager can be the one that puts in for the Intact and keep that budget where it needs to stay because of the problem before. And so I'm for the committees, I'm for the fair board manager, but that fair board manager, if you look at it, really needs to be well, she's talking about January, so it looked like as though it needed to be a, seasonal. But if she's looking at January, even putting them, somebody needs to kind of, manage those, you know, kind of look after them. So maybe just that still a year-round, position, but we seriously need to look into the, really push that boards, the committees, because one person we've seen can't do it. Danny's doing the best she can because she's going to the powwow, there's a problem there, she's just being pulled all over it, and it's one person, and it shouldn't be that. But we learned from what, we made the change, we've seen what needs to be done, and we can fix it, and we can make that change and make it better. So it's just a learning process.
And Lisa.
Yeah, so I guess, can I get Sherry to reword her motion? I don't think that contractors that get these bids or whatever, I don't think that they should be selecting their own committee. I think that the tribe should probably go back to their own committee that they had, as far as people putting in, we select who sits on them committees, and then them committees are the ones that review what goes on for the powwow and stuff like that. Because the way I understood you was it was the contractor, whoever gets the contract is the one that's gonna pick who they want to sit. Yeah, because that's not right. That's kind of like a conflict, I think.
Can I
In
respond?
my opinion.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I'll use the pageant for an example because that's the only one that I have experience with. So for the pageant, if I'm the contractor, in my contract, I put whatever my committee is going to get, my judges or whatever, and what I would do for mine is my judges would be my committee, and whatever they get in the contract is what they get. And that would eliminate the tribe from creating a committee and having to pay per diem and mileage to committees that we select. So that would come with the contractor's package that they submit when they submit for their bid. I feel like if we start selecting all these fair committees, it's going to be more work on us. And if you win a contract, if all the contracts I win for things in the past, like work that I've had to do, I don't want anybody else telling me who's going to work for me. I would rather have them be able to select so I can boss them around.
Lisa, and then Eileen.
Well, I was just gonna ask.
Yeah, I'll repeat the motion. The motion is to bid out all of the fair.
Activities or
Events.
Yeah, events.
Yeah.
To bid out all the fair events in October 1, of the fiscal year 2023, and to have them selected the first week in December. Is that enough time for the bid process? Is it? Okay.
Plenty of times.
Okay. That was the motion.
And then the people that are selected for those events, coordinators or whatever they are, they would be doing the fundraising, right?
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep, and the contractors that are selected would form committees and fundraise throughout the year until the fair.
Okay. And who seconded that motion? Jordan did? Okay. Eileen?
So, I'm for how she's, putting that out where they're going to do the fundraisers. But I'm not for the, that person to commit, to make these committees, to select them committees. I really think that the tribe should do it as a whole rather than that one person. So, I'm for her partial, of her motion, but because that comes in one package, then I won't support that. But I'll go around and make a motion if it, doesn't pass to, put the same thing, but the committee needs to be, brought in as the tribe, council will be doing the selection as any other committee, because isn't that in our ordinance on committees? So you'll have to go back and change things. But once again, I think it's fair that it's not fair. It's just looking at it needs to be a whole as the tribe, not that one person.
Right?
Yeah, I like the motion too. I'm on the same lines with Eileen. I get the intent behind the motion, but I also feel like it might have to be a discussion had after the fair, because I feel like, if it comes to fundraising, with these committees, that changes the duties on the fair manager as well, because I believe in that fair manager job description, they're supposed to fundraise. So then, I mean, it's probably a bigger discussion than what we're having now that should probably wait till after the fair in beginning of September to have this discussion and figure out where to go to next. But I am for the committee structure too, so thanks.
Okay, is there any more discussion on that? If not, we'll call for the question. Vote it up or down.
So your motion got cut off in the first. At least then you'll get a.
Well, how about if I amend the motion just to do the bids and take out the second part and we can discuss the committee portion later? Would you all support me then? Would you all? All the special events. Yep. I don't know about the carnival.
The bids for the powwow or the softball or the rodeo until you have your committee structure set up. Because then they're the ones that are, because your powwow committee is gonna be the one that's gonna decide. Sorry, Chairman, I'm just trying to sit down. Your powwow committee is gonna be the one that's gotta look at judges and got to look at the amount of money that they're gonna pay out. And they need to know like how many vendors came this year to be around the powwow grounds, what kind of revenue that brought in for the powwow portion of it. Same thing with the softball or fast pitch. Fast pitch needs to know like how many teams that they can actually do and all of that. That's why I'm saying I think that those part need to wait and probably just be your carnival. So again, if you want, I could be like Ray and just wait till after.
I'll just keep my motion as is and you guys can just vote it up or down and I feel like whoever the contractor is will submit the bid just like they do now, but it'll just give them more time to fundraise, and whatever money that they get, that they solicit, it would the money that the tribe put forth would be taken back by the tribe. So I mean, I'll just leave my motion as is and you all can just vote it up or down.
Eileen, do you have a comment?
Will you be taking out? Yeah. You're not. Sure, you won't be taking out the committee part of it?
I'm gonna take the committee part out, just to do the bids, just to bid everything out.
Yeah, what Pat's saying is true, but again, these can be selected early like that, and these ones that select for those ones that have to wait further, at least they'll know that this is what they're doing, and then they can down the road they can when it's time for them to get these teams and everything. But over here, they know maybe they can start doing fundraisers in some way, but they'll have that thought of that they're paid for that. It's going to pretty much be something that's going to happen down the road here in a few months. So if she, the way she has her motion, that person say I bid for baseball, and then, I can't do anything with it, but until further down. But I know that I have it, so I'll be preparing for it. So it's not gonna hurt anyone to me. I don't even know about the fair, but you just see the things that have been happening. It's not gonna hurt anything to get these, to be that person that's gonna be in charge of it. So, I'll support that, because it's just gonna be down the road here, and it's gonna be the same thing. We're gonna bid on the same thing, so it's just the committees that I had a problem with.
That's
So be it.
That thing.
You have to say it in
Chairman, can I
layman's
get the floor for Ms. Marshall, please?
Oh, yeah, Linda, I didn't see you over there. She's gonna tell us how it is.
I usually just stay back and listen, but today sometimes I think, maybe I should go in there and tell them about how it was and how it, but the information I share with you is from experience from serving on these committees and so forth. But when the intent, the little history on that manager is that the intent was to hire one person to do write for grants throughout the year to raise the funds for the fair, because it used to cost almost about $250,000, but now it's closer to $500,000, the budget, and so it almost has doubled. And the original intent was for that individual to be, and why it was important to hire a grant writer was to hire someone that could apply for grants for us to help us raise that money. But anyway, I was, I wasn't around here for a while. So anyway, when I came back, I was surprised to see how things were going. And when I saw the budget, I was really shocked to see how much it had risen. And I don't know, and so but I haven't been involved in ever since they only had one person in charge. I haven't really been involved in all of that because under the committee structure that we had before they amended the ordinance and took the committees out, we had these committees and each one had their own responsibility. Like we had the Wachiki committee, and I was very involved in that. And there, we, with the treasurer's always involved in all the bidding, because we put out the bids, and then when they come in, they go into finance, and then we meet with the treasurer and go open up the bids, and then we take them to the committee, and then we hire people. And same with the special events. And special events, they had a bigger responsibility, but I think under the committee structure, it really worked out because we just had the Wachipi committee, rodeo, and special events, and then we had the big board, which was the officers and the chair people of all these committees, and that was it. And under this structure, the special events, they handled porta potty contracts. They hired they did the bid, let out the bids for porta potties and the ball diamonds, the ball fields, and the pageant, and all these other events like with carnival, the carnival, and anything like that needed to be done came under special events. And every committee is very, there was 5 people on each committee, and each committee was very active. They weren't laid back. And rodeo, I would really have to commend the rodeo committee because I know when we used to work with the rodeo committee, used to go out and do a lot of fundraising. So they pretty much raised their own money. And then plus they can charge, you know, they can charge their contestants and that, entry fees and that, so that would kind of generated a lot of money for themselves. And for the Wachipi, we had all them stands around which, the revenue department deals with all of that, and they assign vendors to the different spots, and they collect the money, and that goes directly to finance. And so all these, like special events, they're supposed to go out to the ball diamonds every day and collect that money, the gate money, and then it's supposed to be turned into finance. And, that's for accountability, to try to keep track of, you know, all the funds that are coming in as well as the funds that are going out. And I thought that, I still think that, you know, before they amended the ordinance and we had all of that in place, I think that worked out. I actually think that worked out better. And, you know, like say the pageant that Sherry was referring to, they hire judges, but these judges are not a committee. That their purpose is simply to judge the contestants when they're choosing the, you know, the girls come and present their talents and they give their speeches and so forth. Then those judges are there to, you know, see all of that, and then they give points to the girls. And then whichever ones get the highest points, you know, they win the pageant and are awarded the title. But they are not the committee. And under the committee structure, then that is under the special events. So the pageant, the person who wins the pageant bid is a contractor, but they report back to the special events and they work through, that's when they work through. But this contractor, the pageant coordinator, they hire someone to do the beading for the crowns, the sashes, and they get the prizes and all this. They do all of this, and they pay the judges, and they pay for the food that they're going to serve at the pageant. They pay for all of that, but they have a set budget, and that budget is part of it's their bid. Whatever they submitted in their bid, then that is what the budget that they have to work with. You know, like I would list all those things, and I would say that I'm going to spend this much for this, and then, you know, they compare the prices of the bidders and take the lowest bid, or, you know, whoever's going to do the best job, and then when that person gets that bid, then they stay within what they, you know, their bid. They don't go over it. They stay within that. In that committee, the special events, then they have to make sure that that person stays under that bid. But I just wanted to come in and explain that and try to help you understand, you know, how it was with the fair. And anyway, if everybody has any questions, I don't know it all, but I've been involved in that. You know, I've been involved in that, so from experience, you know, and we get a lot of people from all over the country to come back, and even from overseas, they come back to come home to enjoy the fair. It's a good time. It's a quality family time, and I know that, you know, people come back and just have a good time here, enjoying everything. And we're one of the few powwows who don't charge people to come to our powwow, you know, and people really, our own tribal people really, I know that they appreciate that we don't have to pay to go see our own powwow. And, you know, and the bids for the meals, they hire good people and they serve good meals for people who come, and that's really, you know, that makes our tribe look good. You know, that we take care of our own and we take care of our visitors. So that's just all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We got a second. We're waiting for a question. And we get a question for it so we can vote on it. Micah. You want the motion repeated?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sherry to bid FY23 fair events on October 1st and have the selections beginning December 1st.
Correct.
We took off
Okay.
the- Yeah.
Okay, got a question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3. 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Online.
Bill?
Yes.
8.
Steve?
Yes.
9.
Opposed?
1, 2, 2.
3.
3.
Martha.
I was number one.
3. Not voting.
0. 1.
What's the count? 931, motion carried. Okay, can we go on to the next item on our agenda? Pam?
Tired of me, but anyway, Chairman, can we deviate from where we're at on the agenda? I guess under my transportation, one of the resolutions I need to get done so that they can purchase that stuff needs to be done today before 5 o'clock, or at least
On the
financing.
agenda, if you guys notice that there's no other resolutions listed except for transportation. So if it's okay with the council, we'll go to transportation. Okay.
Nope, there's a whole bunch up there. There's this, and then there's,
3, 4.
there should be 7 of them up there, or 8.
1, 3, 4. 5. Okay, what's going on? We'll talk about 8. Yeah. Well, as best as I can, also. Better not leave having.
Gee, that's a big packet.
All right.
Hey.
Run. In a moment, make difference. Let them turn around here.
Airport, yeah.
I know, but they were gifted to me. I can't give them to you.
That's what I had to sign too. We already signed it, right? I remember I talked.
Snuck out of here.
Hey. Here we go. Here we go again. Third one.
Where's this guy at? He left.
Right there, that's me, that's the rubber.
Oh, that's you.
That's it.
See that flag going on there? Hey.
Hey, where you put in your extras at?
Alright. There. That's it. No,
I don't
right
know,
there.
you're too bossy.
Hey, you're the one.
Shouldn't even be doing this, but okay.
Hey, they're always, they're not always picking on each other. Hey, last.
I got it.
Asking about.
Alright, last one now. Hey, man, way behind you. Hey.
The catwalk for the next one.
Can't pass out more than 7, Pam. It says that on there. There's only 7 on there.
Chairman, chairman.
So we have just enough.
We need to get business done.
Stay till we're done, huh?
You're not. I'll read like a upstairs.
Oh, yeah. You might be one short, so they don't end up with one last. Hey.
Skylar, did you need something done or did you guys?
You want us to go off air?
There's something that we need to discuss? I seen you sitting over there. I didn't know you needed the floor.
No, she's going to come down, so came down.
Oh,
No, she wants to address the, one of our trailers. This one?
do you want to do that before we start the resolutions? Oh, council, we're gonna go up there for just a few minutes. We need executive session or is it just? Okay.
All right.
Calvin, is Calvin back there?
One more after. Patience, really working hard. You got a Bible here now.
Calvin, we need to go off the air for about 5 minutes, okay? Thank you.
I'll get the last one, Pam. There's more up there. There we go. One.
Which one?
One.
Oh, huh? Let's go with, road maintenance, ARPA road department funding source. That's the one where they're Grass Mountain and Route 7 to Highway 18. It looks like this. Like this. Oh, yeah.
That was my first.
Yeah, the. Okay, can I hold it one?
$241.
So it's Sioux 3, right? Right, 241? No. So did we vote?
Oh, that was to the vote.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 online.
Bill?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Who questioned it? All I had is hand and Ray. Oh, sorry.
Motion for, motion to approve 22-241.
Second by Ray. Go ahead.
Start with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whereas the RST Road Maintenance Program is requesting to use commercial asphalt as a sole source for purchasing the hot mix asphalt, which is used during road repair. Whereas the Tribal Council met on, what's today, August 11th, 2022, and approved to recommend to allow the RST Road Maintenance Program to do a purchase order in an amount of $40,000, which will be used to purchase about 470 tons of hot mix asphalt from commercial asphalt. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approves a purchase order to commercial asphalt in the amount of $40,000. Now therefore be it resolved finally that the tribal chairman or his designee are authorized to sign any and all documents pertinent to this subject.
Any discussion? Question? Jordan? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 online.
Bill?
Yes. Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation for 22-242.
Second. Ray, question by Eileen. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 online.
Bill?
Oh,
Yes.
the Freightliner.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve resolution 22-242.
Second by Ray. Which
Fourth,
one is it now?
whereas the RST road or
Freightliner?
the Freightliner, it's a 1999 Freightliner. It's bold printed, underlined. Wrote on.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Ray, still my seconder? Seconder. Whereas the RST Road Maintenance Program would like to rent a 1999 Freightliner VIN, whatever, and a 2010 cross-country trailer for 2 months, starting August 2022 through September 2022 at $5,500 per month from TJ Trucking Incorporated. This equipment will be used during road repair and maintenance. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Committee did meet on August 9th, 2022, and reviewed the request to rent the 1999 Freightliner and 2010 cross-country trailer per month at $5,500 for months, and did motion to move it on to the Rosebud Tribal Council for discussion and approval of the request to rent from TJ Trucking Incorporated. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby accepts the recommendation from the Transportation Committee and approves the lease from TJ Trucking Incorporated for the 1999 Freightliner and 2010 cross-country trailer Now therefore be it resolved that the tribal council of the Rosebud Sioux tribe hereby authorizes the tribal president or his designee to sign any and all documents pertaining to this lease. Question?
Question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Sorry. But, so what if there's damages to it or both or one or the other?
Hey! Here we go. No, they, when they sign for these leases, that insurance is included in that rental amount. That's why that rental amount seems high.
Okay. Eileen, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 online.
Bill?
Yes.
Travis?
Motion for emergency legislation.
Not voting.
0.
She carried.
Motion for emergency legislation for 22-243.
Second by Ray. Question by
The street sweeper.
Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 online.
Bill?
Yes.
11.
Vote
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve 2022-243.
The second. Jordan? Go ahead.
Whereas the RST Road Maintenance Program would like to rent a broom street sweeper. Make is a Superior, model is a DT80K. The value is $25,000 for 3 months starting August 2022 through October 2022 at $3,600 per month from DMI. This broom sweeper will be used to clear off the dirt and debris from the asphalt surfaces of the roadway to have it cleared off and ready for maintenance procedures. Whereas the RST Road Maintenance Program would also like to lease a 9-wheel roller for 3 months starting August 2022 through October 2022 at $4,800 per month from DMI. This 9-wheel roller will be used to compress the patching done on the roadway before the oiling and road repairs are completed. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Committee did meet on August 9th, 2022 and reviewed the request to rent the broom street sweeper per month at $3,600 for 3 months and the 9-wheel roller per month at $4,800 for 3 months and did motion to move it to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for discussion and approval of the request to rent from DMI. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby accepts the recommendation from the Transportation Committee and approves the lease from DMI for the broom street sweeper and a 9-wheel roller equipment. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby authorizes the tribal president or his designee to sign any and all documents pertaining to this lease of equipment. Okay. Chairman, there was supposed to be an amendment done to this resolution and I see it's not on here, but in here, he was supposed to put in there that his was from some ARPA funds that were sent down. So that needs to be amended into the resolution that he's allowed to use ARPA funds up until October 31st, 2022. That's why his, this resolution is different from the Freightliner resolution. Because the Freightliner is being used from his regular budgeted income, and then this one is from BIA construction funds.
Okay, so, oh, you did on the bottom, okay.
So somewhere on here, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe the 6th whereas is where that will need to be inserted, that it is coming out of BIA construction ARPA funds.
Okay. Add that in there.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
We're trying to hurry up.
So, did we talk or discuss about purchasing one of these equipment or?
He's he falls under that, what is that grant called? CTGP or something like that, that the Bureau gives under the 638.
The consolidated contracts.
Yeah. He gets funds out of that, but it's so minimal because he's like probably what, number 8 or 9 on that list. Remember, we pass that list here every year and Ken comes and explains it. So he kind of gets like bare minimum to operate. And so what he has is usually for employing what he has and some patchwork, or, so he does have to put in his stuff. But so anytime he gets extra funds, all he's able to do is rent. So that's why I think it was CARES Mañana who was wanting to buy equipment, but by then they had changed the guidelines and CARES and said that you had to look at lease versus purchase, but a lot of stuff already got purchased before that guideline. So when that guideline came, he was out. Any more questions?
Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Online?
Bill?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Carried.
Motion for emergency legislation for 22-244.
Second by Eileen. Question by Ray.
Fuel
All
for
in favor?
that,
Scratch your head too long there.
pickup.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Online?
Bill?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Voting?
0.
Okay, the one that's 244, that one's motor fuel purchasing a dually with a snowplow on it.
We need a second. Second, go ahead, Ray.
All right, motion to approve resolution 244, Ray second. I'll start with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll start with the 9. Or 8. Whereas the RST Transportation Committee recommended that the RST Motor Fuel Tax Program advertise to purchase a 2007 Ford 6.8 dually with attached Boss snowplow odometer reading 113,000 for 20,000. Whereas bid number 2022-72 was advertised in Todd County Tribune June 22nd, June 29th, 2022, with the closing date of July 1st. Cecil Brandes Jr. was the only bidder. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Committee recommends the RST Motor Fuel Tax Program be approved to purchase said vehicle. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the purchase of the 2007 Ford dually with attached snowplow by the RST Motor Fuel Tax Sand and Gravel Program. Be it also resolved that the tribal president or his authorized delegate and the tribal attorney of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe are authorized and directed to sign and execute any and all related documents not even. Strike that last 2 sentences. That's what happens when you copy and paste. As amended.
As amended. Any discussion?
Which one did they do now? Which one did you strike out?
On that, whereas it went in to say select Townsend Associate to provide architect and engineering. Wanga. Oh, Daryl's not here. I said her word for her.
Okay, need a question? Oh, she left? She's still here? She said not voting? Okay. Tennille, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Online?
Bill?
Yes. Yes.
10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
So if we have one that's not voting or out of the room, can I still go on with emergency legislation?
Yeah, she said she left. She said she was not voting, so that counter is not voting, so.
Okay. So motion for emergency legislation for 22-245. And this one here is going to be.
Question by Eileen. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 online.
Bill?
WOS maintenance for the airport.
Yes.
10,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve 22-245. This one is for that 7,000 to pay for the maintenance for the airport.
We second, right?
Yeah. Somebody. Whereas the RST Transportation Committee has recommended the RST Motor Fuel Tax Program pay 7,000 per year for the AWOS maintenance at the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Airport. Be it also resolved that the tribal president or his authorized delegate and the tribal attorney of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe are authorized and directed to sign and execute any and all related documents to, we gotta strike that whole last sentence again. This is that 7,000 for that AWOS.
Oh. And whereas the
Started from the last whereas. Related documents to the AWOS maintenance.
AWOS stands for?
Maintenance plan for the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Airport.
Any discussion? Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 online.
Bill?
Yes.
10,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion for emergency legislation for 22-246.
Second by Jordan. Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
The
8,
scale at
9,
two kettle.
9,
Scale at two kettle.
9,
Online? Bill?
Yes. Yes.
10,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve 22-246.
The second, Ray.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seventh, whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Committee has the power to review, develop, and recommend legislation for consideration and approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council RST Ordinance 8702, Section 7, and whereas the West River Scale has submitted a proposal in amount of $15,211 to repair the scale, which was hit by lightning and sustained major damage, and whereas in the transportation meeting on August 9th, the RST Transportation Committee recommended that the RST Motor Fuel Program be allowed to use West River Scale as a sole source to repair the scale at the Two Kettle Pit, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accepts the recommendation of the RST Transportation Committee to authorize RST Motor Fuel Tax Sand and Gravel to accept the West River Scale proposal to repair the Two Kettle Scale.
Discussion or question? Question by Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 online.
Bill?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
The next one is just to amend resolution 2020-131. And that is on the, BIA Route 7 to US Highway 83 project phase 1. That's this one right here. There was a change order that was done. If you guys look on page 4, I believe it is, an amount of $31,657.49. And that was they had to do wood fence and reinstalling an existing fence. minutes. All that. So we're just amending to allow them to increase the bid from geez, how did this go again? Linda, I know you're watching. Call me. Just kidding.
$459,000 to 17,491,000.
Yeah. It was. Anyways, the dollar amount. It's at the current construction amount for BIA Route 7 is $17,459,670. With the two change orders, will add $33,704.99, making the new construction amount $17,493,374.99. Did I say that right?
So it's just, the amount is 33,700,
Yeah.
499. We're adding it to the amount.
Yep.
It's just a modification. Okay. Question? You got a question? Are you questioning it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, do you need to reconsider and amend, and we do a second? So, yeah, Ray, you're right. Any discussion on it?
So you wait till they fix that sinkhole?
If you read your email, Luanda said they're gonna fix it on the 16th through the 18th. That sinkhole.
Okay. Any question?
There's one back here that says 493.
Yeah.
Any question? Fremont, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay.
Online.
She voted.
Yes.
10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Okay, this last one is, this is a, grant for the, airport, that AWOS that we passed, that 7,000. That's what this one is. It's the actual grant, and that's our contribution, is that 7,000 that we passed. So this is the actual grant. Motion for emergency legislation for 247.
47. Any second, Ray, question by Jordan, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Online.
Bill?
Yes.
10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Okay, motion to approve resolution 22-247.
Second by Ray. Go ahead.
I'll start with the fifth whereas on February 21st, 2022, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe submitted to the Federal Aviation Administration an airport improvement grant application for a grant for federal funds at or associated with the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Airport for the installation of weather reporting equipment. Whereas the airport improvement grant application has been approved by the FAA, subject to the sponsor's adoption and ratification of the grant assurances, sponsors' acceptance, and benefits to accrue to the United States and to the public. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe authorize and direct the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate the authority to execute the grant, followed by the attorney's certification no later than August 26 in order for the grant in the amount of $63,000 to be valid and signed SF 425 Federal Financial Report. Whereas as a condition of receiving federal assistance under this award, the tribe agreed to comply with the audit requirements established under 2 CFR Part 200, Subpart F, and any other applicable audit requirements and standards. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and accepts the recommendation of the RST Transportation Committee To authorize and direct the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate the authority to execute the grant, followed by the attorney certification no later than August 26, 2022, and a signed SF 425 federal financial report. Be it finally resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the president, Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate, and the tribe's attorney to sign and execute the airport improvement grant agreement and the attorney certification.
Discussion. Motion by Tennille, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, online?
Bill?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Chairman, one last thing. I know everybody wants to get out of here, but the election, we got it figured out. She was short $6,150. The motion that Treasurer's Office had asked me to make was to find $6,150 for the election.
Okay. That's a balance, what, after? Okay.
Yep, $6,150.
That's your motion?
Yep.
Okay. Second, Ray. Question by Chair. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, online?
Bill?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. How much was that amount again? Pam?
$6,150.
Okay.
Treasurer find the funds or?
Yeah.
We're talking about earlier. Go to Washington, what
Yeah,
date was
you
that?
guys want, anytime you guys want to go down and set some meetings up, just let us know. We'll have our lobbyists set up meetings for you and we can go down and do what we need to do, so. Okay. 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 There's a motion.
For that, compacting.
Yeah. Okay. You need a second? Micah? Question by Pam. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, online?
Bill?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Voting?
0.
Carried. Yep.
On the bring it up on the personnel club, just a quick question. I know, there's a manual there, they talk about the bonuses that are for, employees. One of them was free Rosebud Fair. So I just didn't know what.
I've been getting requests, from different I got one request already for their $500 bonus for Rosebud Fair. And basically they cite the section in the personnel manual that says they're eligible for two bonuses per year. That's up to you, council. I called the personnel office, human resource office, and asked them what the process was. They said they can't do anything until we get like a motion from council to approve them. So that's up to you.
You know what, I guess I have a hard time understanding that.
And I see, I'm starting to see it more and more with all these programs. That personnel manual is an ordinance. It's law. It says in there that there are 2 bonuses per year. So to me, if I got 2 bonuses in a year, personnel, when they receive that request for a bonus for a 3rd one, they should be saying deny because it's not, you've already exceeded your 2. Why is it that the council has to make that motion when that ordinance is law?
It
And
doesn't specify when they get them.
yeah, it doesn't. So that's why I'm saying.
Specify them. So I guess you guys still have to give the okay to give it out.
I don't see it that way.
Well,
I mean,
I didn't see it
it's
that
just
way
the
either, but I called personnel and they said, no, we usually, it's, they, by personnel manual, it says that they allowed for 2 bonuses a year, but we also want a motion to, saying that it's approved that way. So if we're gonna give it out for Rosebud Fair, then that's what the motion needs to be.
That's why this council and administration gets heat, because they push it back off on us when that's an ordinance and it's in
I can
place.
sign
And
it,
that's
but
the
I don't
way
want no
it's always
complaints.
been.
I can sign off on them if they start sending them in, but I'd rather have a motion for you guys to say that I can do that.
And then again,
I'm not gonna get the heat for it. Come down the road and say you signed off on a lot of bonuses that you shouldn't have signed off on. I think,
So, these are not called bonuses, they're called cash rewards, so.
afterwards, yeah.
Yeah, so, I'll make that motion for, tribal employees to, get their second, cash award that states in the manual, because it is law, and so, but if it needs the blessing from the council, then so be it, I'll make that motion. And to get them out as soon as possible, because, ARPA's doing what they're doing, but they're gonna work hard on getting them out. But, I think the employees can get theirs faster, they can get their kids, school closed.
Is that for 500?
Yes, $500.
Second by Ray, question by Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, online. Bill?
Yes.
9,
Opposed?
0.
I'm voting.
2.
I'm opposed.
All right.
1 opposed.
911.
911.
That's a kind of a bad number. 911.
911.
Yeah, for the record, I opposed it because, you know, our general account is like really low, and that's where this money is gonna come from. And a lot of these programs, example I will use is Head Start. We're gonna end up paying their whole programs bonus because they don't have that in their budget. Their funding agency doesn't give them that. But I mean, that's told every year here, and Head Start's always the example, but right now our cash flow in the general account is really low. And so that's why I opposed it, because we should have been able to look for it first, like at tomorrow budget and finance, and then decided on if we were able to do 500. Maybe we could have did 300. I don't know, but because I bet you some of these programs with their honorariums probably don't even have the 500 to pay out of their budget anymore.
Okay.
Maybe not the personnel, break it down more. Okay. But I thought this went off the manual because they're allowed.
Yeah.
Okay, on Thursday next.
Something real quick, sorry, but, you know, we made this motion at the last personnel meeting, and that those checks be out by the 12th, and then it just never happened. But, you know, when we make these motions, we should be able to, have them carried out. Then we wouldn't be in this, we could have had that motion, could have been in the other council meeting, and this rush job wouldn't have happened. But, you know, what I'm looking at is we need to let these employees know that we appreciate them. That's why that cash award's in there. We appreciate what they do because they do a lot for us, right? So that's, you know, my take on this. So that's why I just want to let you know we did this way before.
Chairman, I just want to remind Eileen, personnel is only a recommending committee. And they did not recommend nothing to council. They made a recommendation, but their minutes didn't come here to council. There was no motion made, but you're the chairman, so you should have brought it.
Should have brought it. No. Because it got chopped.
We got next week, we're gonna come back next week. We're gonna have a discussion on law enforcement and some of the issues that revolve around that some of the judiciary committee's been dealing with. So we're just gonna have a open discussion with law enforcement, and then we'll get back on our regular agenda. Okay?
Thank you, Ed.
Motion to recess. Oh, we'll recess till next Thursday.
All right.
Okay.
Thursday? Next Thursday?
Yep.
I'll second.
We on travel
I'll
on
give
Thursday,
18.
so.
Who did